CB sales. I think he's out of like Arizona or somewhere.
Yeah, all I know is I got it from, I was watching a video on YouTube of the RCI Longhorn, and the guy gave his phone number on that video, and my brother called him, and that's how it all got started.
TM4, what are you running it on?
Say that again?
What are you powering it with?
Brand new car battery with a brand new charger, but I'm waiting on a 100 amp power supply.
TM4.
Now I'm going to be looking for a radio.
Oh, roger. What kind of radio?
Probably a 10 meter. I was thinking about, well, I don't know, I was thinking about the Galaxy 95, but that's like 80 watt output, and that's just a bit much for my Sweet 16, you know? I'm sorry, that was an RCI 95, by the way.
A buddy of mine's got a shitload of radios for sale. Hell, he's got some 2950s, Magnums, all kinds of shit.
Well, if he's got anything like the Galaxy 88 or better over there, let me know.
He's actually got two 88s.
You got two 88s?
Yeah.
Find out what he wants for one, but they have to work. I mean, they have to. I mean, if he's going to ask money like $300-400, I do expect it to work right, though.
Nah, he ain't gonna want that. They're not in really good shape. I mean, they've been used, you know what I mean, but they're not bad looking.
Well, as long as they work, they might be worth the money. Just find out what he wants. But if you would, just let them know I'm kind of particular. They do have to work.
Oh, they work. Hell, I've actually got one in my house right now. I need to fix the extension speaker jack and clean it up a little bit.
Well, just keep me in the loop. I figure about a month at the most I'll be ready, and that's at the most. So, yeah, just, you know, keep me in the loop.
Roger. Yeah, I think Junebug might be one of them too.
Yeah, the general crew of guys out here, their word is their word, and they're honest about shit.
I've noticed.
Now, Gary, I saw him a good at the radio.
I'd sell that motherfucker a shoebox.
Save all them kinky pictures out of that little fucked up.
Full of shit.
I wouldn't sell that guy that sweat off my nut.
You know, I'm gonna let her wipe him with a towel.
Normally I buy my stuff brand new, but if I can find one used that's decent, I'll consider that.
Hell, I talked on that one last night. Sounds pretty good.
All the channels and everything work, I'm sure.
No, yeah.
Well, when you can, hook it back up. Let me listen to it once. You know, not right now, just whenever you get a free chance.
Roger.
Yeah, I got everything else. Now I need a good radio.
I might try to get one of the Magnums off of it. Well, they look pretty decent.
Yeah, I know Magnum had a couple good radios back years ago. I almost got one, but I passed on it.
If I could find a good, nice S9, I'd take it.
I think he's got a S3, 2 S6s, and a 680, I believe.
Yeah, if I could find me a Magnum S9.
Yeah, he's got a brand new 2950. It's a BX, but it's brand new. We got a brand new. Shit, the Magnums look pretty new also.
Roger.
I can't believe, out of everybody I've met since I've been here, and I don't mean you guys, but the people I've met in person already, none of them knows how to peek and tune a radio, turn it down, or anything.
Oh, who have you talked to?
And I swear to God, these guys sit here in my house and watch this shit on YouTube on how to do it, and they still can't do it.
You gotta have a dummy load and a meter, and you gotta know what the hell you're doing.
Well, I don't have a dummy load, but I have all the meters and everything you'd ever need to do anything like that with, including the precision range, yada yada. These people just not real smart, obviously.
Hell, they could tune it up.
Yeah, I thought about asking them, but I didn't want to bug them, you know, but I was told maybe the CB shop would charge me about $25 to do it. But hell, I don't want the audio mess with. All I need is it drop from 5 watts to 2 watts. That's it.
That's the problem. I won't do that. I will. If I do it, you bring me the radio, the amplifier, I'll match it up, tune it. That 2 watt shit, I mean, 2 watts will put out a big old freaking dead key out of an amplifier.
Well, I'm looking for anywhere between a 20 and a 50 watt dead key at the most.
How much do you charge?
But what I'm really looking for is the biggest swing out of it I can get, because like I said, I can't run it on
How much do you charge?
or whatever, but yeah, I'm going to need the biggest swing I can. And I know turning up the audio might be it might open it up, make it breathe better though.
Well, you want a low dead key and let it swing the rest.
Yeah.
See, that's what I was trying to tell you. You bring the wattage down and get the audio up to a significant level, and that thing will breathe like a dragon.
Well, I guess I'm going to be looking for somebody to peek and tune a radio, but, you know, I'm not going to go to a CB shop like up in the Poconos and have them charge me $85, $90 to peek and tune a radio that only takes 5 minutes, you know?
God damn, somebody be bending somebody over a fucking desk.
Yeah, it's bad up there, man. I mean, a freaking $50 Echo board, I charge you almost $200 for that damn thing. No joke, no kidding, not even an exaggeration.
Hell, the goddamn Echo boards ain't that expensive.
And a 5-tone Roger beep was like $55 to just put that damn thing in.
Roughneck didn't charge me that.
$29.95 online.
Yeah, and I had to buy the damn 5-tone Roger beep. I had that when I took the radio in. They started charging me $55 for a 5-minute job.
What do you get for a 5-tone Roger beat board?
I think I paid like $30 at the most for it.
Hell yeah, when you want it.
Oh, hell, that was back in early 2001, 1999, something like that.
No, I said, what do you get for one? I got a brand new one in the package.
I really don't care too much about the Roger beep anymore. I am interested in what they call a peak repeat.
Good luck finding one of those.
You can get those from Copper Electronics for like $30, but you know it's where you
Yeah, right.
seconds and then play it back.
No, you can't get them from there. We've been discontinued from Copper for years.
Oh really? Well hell, I missed out then.
And the one you're talking about, recording and playing back, that's the copycat.
Fine now.
You foreign son of a bitch.
You son of a bitch.
What'd he say?
The one that records and plays back's a copycat. The PP1, 2, and 3 are 20 segment. 20. Well, PP1 is a 20. I think the PP2 is a 30-second or some shit. And the PP3 is 4 20-second. It's got a knob you can switch through all of them. Kaboom.
Yeah, that copycat one, I didn't care too much for it. I think that one's made by Humble.
I know I used to buy a whole lot of those, I think they're called PDL toys, the little square boxes that you put in radios. And I know inside a Galaxy 88, only 10 of them fit. And
Yeah, my 68's got a copycat in it.
Yeah, I had one in my 2950, that last radio Junior worked on for me. He put a copycat in there, I didn't care too much for it.
Hey, you gotta get the volume and shit. You gotta adjust it right. And plus, if you think it runs off your volume, so if you got your volume cranked up, it's gonna blast into that thing, recording, and it's gonna sound like shit, so you gotta balance it out.
Well, the thing I didn't like about it is you can only record through your microphone.
Well, they didn't have it hooked up right because it goes to your speaker.
that's what I thought too.
It records shit over the air, what you hear, not what you say. I mean, if you got talkback, you can key up and say something on it, but it's supposed to be hooked up the way it's supposed to work. You hook it up to where it hears the receive.
He wired mine to the microphone where I could key the mic up and record whatever I wanted and play it back.
You can do that anyways if you got talkback.
I know that CB shop up there, where they got shut down a few years ago for ripping people off like that.
Yeah, go ahead.
I don't know. That shit sounds corny as hell. It's about like them fucktards cutting a clarifier board in half and shoving the clarifier in the radio and putting the echo board in there. Hey, you can't do nothing with your sideband.
Yep. Yeah, that just sounds weird right there.
They would do some fucked up butchering bullshit.
What about doing that SWR board in a 2510 for echo knob come out?
I don't know about that one.
A fucking Striker done that to my radio.
Oh, Striker, yeah.
Now, Blade Runner did it to his own radio.
Yeah, I know, he told me after I told him one day about mine. He said, hell, I've done that shit to mine.
They brought it over here and I looked at it and I'm like, damn. That cracked the board and fucking cleaned off a straight line off that board. It fucked up all kind of shit.
Yeah, the funny thing is, he done that to my radio, put it back together and handed it to me and said, I can't fix this. In the middle of the road.
Well, old Stryker wasn't a radio technician in the first place. He was colorblind, dude.
Yeah, he still owes me a 2510, I know that.
Yeah, I also thought about a Galaxy 2547, but I was told those are unreliable.
What?
Fucking Moondog talks on, ain't it?
Hell, it ain't nothing but a 959 in a case.
Try this bullshit again.
Dumb bullshit. Yeah, it'd be cheaper just buy a 959, little 10 amp power supply.
Well, honestly, right up front about that 959, I thought about it and I almost got one. But the only downside to that is it don't have the echo, the Roger beep, or the channels.
959 does have channels. You can make it have channels, and it does have the Roger beep.
Yeah, that's why I was thinking about that desk mic too. It's got echo and Roger beep. But that's the same one you looked up and you told me it didn't have Roger beep or echo, so if it don't have those, there's no point in getting it.
That's what I got, 959.
No, that's what I'm talking on.
It's a CB radio, it's not going to have all them ham channels in it.
Yep. Well, my brother says, well, what the hell do you need all those channels for anyway? You're blind. And he's right. I really don't need them.
Well, really, legally, you can't even operate on them.
Hell, on them 959s, it'll channel out like the old school 148. It's got the same PLL bullshit. But it's P5 and P6. You put on and off switches on them. And there you go.
Well, next month I go to under surgery. Yeah, they're going to do an okay run. Have a good evening. Get on the radio. And they're talking about putting a chip on my brain. And my left eye is bad, but they can probably fix that.
Man, you gonna have a RoboCop on?
Yeah, I'm going to be RoboCop.
What'd you pull that out of my hat?
He's going to be Steve Austin, the $6 billion man.
I know one thing. All these fucking news, Channel 4, 5, they turn the comments off on their fucking videos. I'm trying to get on there and tell them, release the fucking video of that April 19th shit, motherfuckers. It's been all this time, release the fucking video. Let's see it. But I can't, they won't allow you to comment.
I don't know, man. Democratic-controlled nation there.
That's the news for you.
So hopefully by the end of next month I'll be able to see better, which means I can get better equipment. I would love to find a Galaxy Saturn base station again though.
No, somebody's got one. What do you want to pay for one?
I don't know. It just depends on what kind of condition it's in, really. But yeah, hell yeah, I'd buy it.
It's not a turbo, it's just a Saturn.
Yeah, just a regular Saturn. That's fine.
What would you pay for one in good condition?
I really don't even know what it's worth, to be honest, anymore. I mean, hell, the one I had up north, I think I paid like $500 for it, or $400 in that area. But it was in like brand new condition at the time, though. That should tell you how long ago it was, because I mean, yeah, it's been a minute. I was on that Saturn when 9/11 happened.
What?
Damn it. I got a $400 base station I'll sell.
What kind is it?
So $29.95. It's got a turbo echo board installed in it.
Channels and all that good stuff, or no?
You say you want $40 for it?
Hell no.
Yes, they have all the channel in it.
And I upgraded the power wire to the amplifier.
$40 and a flask of Crown. Come on.
Well, they got a realistic Navajo base station on eBay for $60, but the back of it looks like it's got a crack in it.
This one's got a big old heat sink. I think it's got the fan kit on it and all that shit. Pretty long, wide. That's why I'm sitting in the garage. It's too damn big.
Hey, Gizmo, that Saturn you got the handles for that and everything?
No, I don't have it. I know somebody's got it. Just want to sell it to me.
It's got handles.
See what he wants for it and get back with me on that. Right, appreciate it, man.
14.
That's the 14, Roger, right out.
All right, yep.
Says if I get that Saturn, I'm going to get me a Silver Eagle, too.
Hey, you ought to get a microphone that works good.
I'd really like to get a hold of that Delta Echo Power desk mic. That was a badass mic, that was. They probably discontinued that a long time ago.
Oh, I got a Delta desk mic. It's got Roger Beat Echo.
Yeah, it might be the same one that I'm thinking about.
I'd lay money on it, it is.
So the one I had the boom mic, had the meter on it, and it had 3 or 4 slider knobs on it, slide up and down.
I think it's got 3.
Yeah, it might have been 3. And it was red and black.
It's all gray. It's a Delta.
Huh. Yeah, I ain't never seen an all gray one before.
That's the way they made them. They're gray. And the mic element's a little bitty old, like the size of an eraser head. But the boom coming off her is like real flat. It's probably about, I don't know, 2.5 inches wide, 2 inches, some shit. It's probably about 3/8 of an inch thick. It's got the meter and all that bullshit on it.
So she said.
What's it wired for?
Wired to whatever the hell you want. For sure they don't make them. I ain't seen another one.
Hang on, I'll be right back.
Well, one thing, there's some fence panels, some metal fence panels, 8 foot. About 36 of them.
What?
They're roofing panels or whatever, use it for a fence.
Oh, you talking about the metal?
Yeah. That shit's fucked up, man. This place on the X-Check over there, they got them for, it's $21 and something. They're just random colors. I think they're 10 foot. And even that, that's still $700 and something just for fucking panels.
Right.
I wound up having a goddamn $2,000 piece of fence.
And that's for the old real.
I can't believe how much I've had. Fucking Home Depot, Lowe's, they all want like 30, 40 bucks for one piece. Like, what the hell?
Yeah, when I was buying them over there, they was like 22, something like that. But that'd been a little while.
A place on Exchange over there, they got them brand new. They're just random colors. But they're, I guess, shit that's left over or something. They're 21.60 or some shit like that.
Roger. I've seen it all. Somebody took a Ford Ranger and integrated a Lincoln Continental front end nose on it, and Continental spare tire looking thing on the tailgate. I think that's where I'd draw the line.
Got too much time on land.
Somebody be doing too much of that shit.
Yeah, fucking, what the hell was it, the governor or some shit over in Maine or wherever that jackass was deported from over there. I just watched this shit a minute ago. He's talking, well, I'll send a letter down there, and if he don't respond, I'm going down there this week.
Yeah, they want to keep that dude. They ain't going to turn him loose.
Yeah, I think he's been here. They said he snuck in here when old Barry was in there.
Yeah, he showed up here in 2011. They said he was a teenager leaving some stuff down there. He can't go back because of the danger of his life. I'm like, And then when they was showing him walking around there bent over, my missus says, oh God, they shouldn't treat him like that. I said, fuck this. I said, that ain't America. Tell them that here in America, them motherfuckers got more rights than we do. Well, they expect somebody to act like a fool and get thrown in prison to be treated like a little pet baby.
That fucking dude on YouTube, that World Radio 559. It's one of them guys I ran across. I think he's out in California. He's always posting videos of his neighbors. He just posted one a while ago. Said, my crackhead neighbor, a tisket, a tasket, a crackhead with a basket.
Damn.
Oh, he's got one of them fucking crackhead neighbors over there. He's put quite a few different videos over. He's out there tweaking.
Damn. Yeah, I went out and started my white truck, put it up in the driveway. It'd been a couple of weeks. That motherfucker, I stuck the key in and just, quick. I'm like, what the fuck? Had to jump start that bitch.
Fucked up battery.
No, the battery's good. It done just fine last time I used it. Went through the cold weather. I just think evidently it might have sat there and got a bad connection somewhere. Something I got in Malibu, one of these newer model ones. The motor's bad, power steering pump and radiator fans a year old. Year-old tires, $400, just want it gone. 2010 Malibu. I wouldn't have one of them pieces of shit if you dumped it out in my yard.
Well, that was just fun.
That's fucked up, man. And that fucking little bastard that stabbed that kid and killed him, I guess he got like $900,000 or some bullshit, and they moved into a gated community full of white people, that is, gated community and all that shit. Now the residents are not happy about it. They said they expressed a fear for their safety.
What'd you say, baby?
How much further?
I don't know, 30 miles, 40 miles.
10.
You got a gas?
I'm a half. I'm curious.
Are we there yet? Hell yeah. Where you at, Smoking Joe? Hey, Snowman.
Get the storm chasers out. It's gonna storm.
No way.
Yes.
So, what have we learned with this stuff here? As long as you're black and you kill somebody, you can get rewarded and get to move in a Richie neighborhood and all that. Is that what's going on here?
No, you got one line, never mind.
Fuck industry. I ain't no bother with that, man.
Alright, well, you got one behind you.
So if you're white and kill a black person, you go straight to jail and you don't get out.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. You got the whole freaking front end.
That's only if they know about it.
Something wrong with all that bullshit.
I'm gonna blow my fucking tires out for their stupidity. Go up here and get on one exit and go back down, okay?
And I can't see you, so I hope, pray to God, you didn't turn.
I'm turning right here in front of you.
Well, this damn truck got right in front of me.
Everybody stay off the sidewalk. Yeah, I do know this damn much though. Once my surgery is done and I can see, I'm getting me another bike. That's for sure, for sure. My tires just run over all that glass on the road, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I know you.
Thinking about a Kawasaki 450.
Huh? Testing.
Hey, Mike, when I can see better, I'm getting another dirt bike.
Radio check, radio check.
It's working, it's working.
Well, if you guys decide to sell that Sedelta over there you got, let me know that too, okay?
Damn it. Judas Priest drummer died today at 73.
I wonder if they need another drummer.
Shit, all these motherfuckers that grew up listening to, man, and getting in that age where they're going to start dropping like flies.
If you decide to part with that Sedelta, let me know.
I don't got no Sedelta.
That was the other one.
Snake said he had one. I don't.
Yeah. If he decides to sell it, hopefully he'll let me know.
Radio check.
Radio is working.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, radio's next, and then probably the mic, or reverse that, one or the other.
What was that?
Sure there, but speed up the last time you had a hum on both the speakers, right?
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's like I done some properly, but I can't ever find anybody open.
Yeah, he thought it had sensors out.
Ain't that the truth? Everybody except us, right?
Yeah, no doubt.
Now. don't know where y'all are at, but I can hear y'all pretty good.
Yeah, that's very probably something. The road's going crashing down. Down, down, down.
Avenue or whatever.
Yeah,
Oh hell, it just come out like about 30 minutes ago. A Democrat senator denied meeting with alleged MS-13 member after flying to El Salvador. He flew down there and they told him no.
Damn. Yeah, I just read the old Judas Priest drummer died today. All them bands I listened to growing up, man, they're at them ages where they're going to start dropping like flies. They said he was 73 years old.
yeah, he got his feet out and come on the side.
Come on, you got it.
I sure would like to be their next drummer, that's for sure.
Damn. Snake, remember that parts I told you about?
I guess.
I've been trying to get that guy to give me a refund because he charged me $33 shipping, and he told me he was going to combine ship both of them. Well, I just looked him up. He's all over the internet for being a former KKK member.
Oh hell.
He told me at first he couldn't send it because his friend's wife passed away. Then he told me he was sick. And then I asked him what the deal was a little while ago, after about 4 days again, and he told me his mom passed away.
Yes.
I think you're getting scammed. I think he probably just took your money. Hopefully you ain't gave him no money yet.
Yeah, I paid for it, but he told me he was going to refund me half of the shipping, and he did. So, hell, it's only $15, but he told me he was going to give me that back. So, yeah, we'll see. I just want him to keep his word. No, he's supposed to be a chaplain, too.
Chaplain and a KK member.
Well, he's a former KKK member that turned his life around, supposedly.
Well, some people grow up and realize they wasn't right.
Well, it don't sound like it's the main sound.
And I'm one of these ones, man, somebody could do something, you know, get themselves in trouble, but if they take and do something right with their life and change it around and stay that way, I ain't got no problem.
Thank you there, driver. Is that exit closed up there?
Jim, it goes to show you can't trust for me. You've been over the fucking moon. You always get screwed with something. So we see that for broken, they stand back.
Hello? Anybody?
What you need?
Damn thing, dude. Never not catch me later.
Fucking KV driver. Fucking complete idiot.
What the hell is he crying about?
I don't know. Can't hear him.
There's a reason why I was parked here, you fucking moron.
I hear one of them striker beeps way out there.
You don't hear too many people talking on the strikers.
He asked the president over if he could meet with him next week. He denied him again. Said the vice president over there explained to this Nimrod that the prison cannot arrange a phone call between Garcia and him or the prisoner's family.
Hell yeah.
These motherfuckers on some fucking dumb shit pills or something.
They're trying to pander ass.
Yeah, they're saying that that fucking black kid moved into that neighborhood, moved into that mansion that says BLM all over again. That's what they did with all that money. Went and bought them mansions.
Yeah, in white communities.
Yeah, fuck them white people. Oh, I got money now? Hey, white people, I'm gonna move into your neighborhood.
Right. I think a lot of that's like Gary, it's jealousy.
Now, why did you think that was okay, Carmelo?
They don't have nothing, they don't want nobody else to have nothing. So they don't feel repressed all alone. So they do it to themselves.
That retardation's like bred into them, it's grained into their DNA.
Yeah, when they got them old motherfuckers sitting there telling them, man, that's the way, that's how it is, and this and that, and fucking white people. I mean, kind of like that one guy that studied, went to school, held 2 doctorate degrees. He said, I listened to some old man tell me, them white people ain't gonna do nothing for you, just gonna hold you back. He went, no, the only one trying to hold me back was that drunk sitting on the porch telling me that shit.
Yeah, I've seen the video.
Uh-huh. Because he didn't want me to be no better than him because he just chose to waste his life and be a broom pusher and get drunk every night.
Hell yeah, I'm a real black man. I'm a real black man. Served the Iraqi Navy. Went to Vietnam when I was 9 years old because I was a bad motherfucker.
Yeah, he's a little on the burned up side.
I turned 12, I was already classified. I was 12 years old, classified. Come on, damn good.
Damn it.
Oh, purple cream pie, pretty good shit. Rolled me a big old joint of it earlier today. I'm just now a little over halfway through, about 2/3 the way through it.
When no one's going to jail, paying for a crime, so they get the United States. That's right.
Como tiro caca, Aero, como tiro caca.
I'm afraid the CD world is coming to an end because mobile English from the all place. Man, it's gonna be better than this, come on. See what happens when you run and play off the
Listen up, fool, you stepping too close. Talking that shit, now your ass is toast. I don't need no gun, don't need no knife. One swing from me, you rethink your life. I'll slap you so hard you'll wake up in church. Preacher lay hands like you've been through the worst. Make the choir sing, make the angels cry. You'll see Jesus bit and he'll wave goodbye. Slap you so hard your grandkids stutter. Even your shadow gon' duck for cover. DNA start to feel this pain. Make your whole bloodline act deranged. Your dog in the yard just ran away. Even your mirror don't wanna stay. Slap you so hard, make your baby teeth grow. And it's looking like shit, I don't know. Your father gon' cut a crooked ass fade. Even your shoelace is scared to get laced. Slap you so hard, your grandkids stutter. Even your soul gon' beg for cover. Goddamn, horoscope, just check the hell out. Ancestry.com said we don't know that wrong. Motherfucker that you ever did see. I slap so hard, make time skip a beat. Talking real tough, oh I ain't impressed. I'll slap the vowel straight out of your chest. I slap so hard, even cops say damn. Judge dropped the case, lawyer raised both hands. Your horoscope changed, it said stay inside. Even the weatherman called for a storm in your pride. Slap you so hard, your Uber just quit. Netflix boss said we ain't showing this shit. Even your Wi-Fi gon' lose its boss. Your phone said nah, bitch, we taking this far. Slap you so hard, your grandkids stutter. Even the devil said, damn, my brother, your bloodline shook, your roots gave way. Even your obituary say he got slayed. I told your ass, ain't nobody stepping to me with that weak ass talk. You best respect the slap before the slap respects you. Now pick your face up. If you can find it.
Hell yeah! So I bitch slap you so hard, motherfucker, your motherfucking grandkids will stutter.
Yeah, I thought that sounded funny.
Sound like that one there got slapped a couple times.
Yeah, 10-4 on that.
What the fuck's the hold up up here? I figured some sandal slurping, turban haircut and rest of sucking. Anybody smoking his bong.
10-4.
sand hauler. Down where the boat is going. Probably didn't even know it's a fucking sand hauler. That's why we're all sitting out here waiting.
The 23 minutes ago, 16 miles over there to 35 minutes.
Hell yeah! Break off.
Sandy Kane.
Nothing out here to break, man. Ain't nobody out here.
Everybody just fucking does whatever they want. They always get turned around. I don't know. Cowhead, that's how that it is.
Hell, even Mark, they can get mine down to what? You look up the head.
Fresh fried taters.
Go out and hit it, make the pickles come off. It's like,
Put some mustard on it.
Got old mustard on them fresh fried taters. Don't care too much for them French fried taters.
Put him in the ditch.
Motherfuckers are crazy.
Damn it. Now they're saying, Alita James going to prison. I guess she's in some trouble right now.
She did what?
Yeah, she's in trouble. They're investigating her for fraud, housing fraud and all that. She claimed her whatever she owned was worth more than what it was, and she had her dad down as her husband on paperwork and shit. So, all that shit she was accusing Trump of, she's getting busted for it right now.
Is that Kamala Harris?
No, that New York Attorney General, that Letitia James or whatever.
Yeah.
Well, everybody knew it was all bullshit anyways. Because during that whole trial, when the bank got up there, all these companies, they're like, there's no victim. We gave him the loan. He paid us back with interest. There's no crime here. There's no victim. So they just said, felony, felony, felony. They didn't have anything. If anybody, paid attention to that court shit, they didn't have a damn thing. And then all of a sudden, he's guilty. Guilty of what, motherfucker?
That's what the Democrats want to hear.
I'm sure if there was some fraudulent shit going on and the bank or whoever didn't like it, I'm sure they would have filed a lawsuit or some kind of paperwork.
Yep.
Some garnishment shit or something.
Before you start shit, you better make sure you ain't got no shit to dry out yourself. So if you don't want none, don't bring none. There won't be none.
What a fucking idiot. Where's his fucking water at? You stupid son of a bitch. That concrete for 31 years. I'd fire his ass in a heartbeat.
God damn, yeah, he's breathing that shit. That ain't good.
I like the way you talk.
I like the way you died, boy.
Damn.
God damn, one guy working on this whole thing. Oh, we got more up here.
If you want some, come and get some.
Yeah, not talk to that boy that way. He's just a boy.
That's all my respect. Come on.
Here comes another one. Oh, there you got a back over. Goddamn idiot. Gotta go around and just fuck everything up.
Alright, I'm gonna go outside for a minute. I'll go outside and smoke me a joint. Watch the sun reflection go down.
Hell yeah.
Well, what you really see is not really the sun. It's a hologram. Come on, it's a hologram.
I wonder how many of these slave workers up here can actually speak English.
I can't feel over there, dude.
I don't know, if we lose all of them, we don't get nothing done in California. We gotta have them over there in California. They're the only ones that know how to run a farm.
Well, pretty fucking ignorant. They make backhoes to dig that shit out.
Oh man, that's fucking work.
$3 an hour, all day long, get them $300 a day at Home Depot.
Turn off all your electronics. It will set you free. Turn them off. It will set you free.
Wonder how long this shit's gonna go on. It's gonna be a while, I guess. I'm sure.
We're open. Open for business. Hammer down, hammer down.
Stand forward. If that's a state trooper coming up our right side or not. Yes, it is. He's taking it off. Get off that phone.
Damn it, Billy, we got to quit racing back to the yard. Alrighty then.
What's the Tony on the shrimp boat, Joe? Come on.
Tony 12733, Water Carrier 30 Shaker or us.
Yeah, I hear that radio. Anytime.
Now, news.
What the hell, what? Me and my PCP and I'm getting down. What?
He said he wanted a Cleveland steamer.
Damn it. Some of this purple cream pie, PCP, and I'm stepping.
Anybody want a Chihuahua?
Fuck, these two witches I got her enough.
Right? It's one crazy ass dog, man.
Oh, you ain't gotta tell me. If it wasn't for the love of puppy, both of these in here would have my shoe up their ass.
Yeah, mine, man. She has one.
¿Te vas a ir todo el 44 o vas a agarrar 40 aquí para 75?
No, Bad too, boy.
Well, ain't either one of these witches know what none of that's about.
Ah, no, eso sí, no, yo por el corrido del 40 hasta el 75, güey, sí está un poquito feío, pero... No, pues como sea, ya estamos aquí.
You buy them a stuffed toy or a little animal like that. The one, she wants to play with it, romp it, and tear it up. The other one wants to play it, hump it, and fuck it, and hang on to it like it's her lover. And the other dog tries to get it, and then they ain't gonna fight.
$30, you loan 45, yeah, about $75, $80 the most.
Ya, es lo que estaba pensando. Ya, nada, está bien, así, aquí nos vamos por el 44.
I'm like, what is it with you two?
Ah, you're done.
One wants to fight it, the other one wants to fuck it, man, what the fuck?
Sounds rather quiet out there tonight compared to normal.
Yeah, I'm all about all that bullshit being gone.
It's kind of nice for a change, huh?
Boy, howdy. Damn, this dude actually did a hobbit house. In the side of a fucking hill, he dug it all out, supported it all, put stucco shit up. Man, this motherfucking thing looks wicked on the inside. That's what they call it, a hobbit hole.
Really nice.
Oh, I'm gonna keep with you.
Yeah, that movie, The Hobbit, they had one of those houses on there at one time, too. That was real nice, too.
Righty. Yeah, this one here is a real one, man. This motherfucker's living in it. And you go out the back side of it on the other side of the hill, and he's got a deck and a hot tub.
That's moving right there now.
Yeah.
I didn't know hobbits knew what a hot tub was.
Well, this is people like us, but it's a hobbit-style house.
Yeah.
The stonework around the fireplace, everything is wicked.
Yeah, that one guy that was out here crying earlier about the base stations, he comes through here every day saying the same thing.
Yeah, they got a post-it note on the steering wheel. Because if they had to remember it, their dumb asses would forget it.
Yep.
Probably why I ain't got no kids back home. Wrong hole, Earl.
I finally got my antenna outside all the way now. That was a fun job. Yeah, I'm exactly 47 foot from the ground to the tip. anybody out there know what the legal length for a base antenna in Oklahoma City is?
Anywhere you want it.
I know up in the Poconos it's 60 feet. I don't know about here though.
Well, this ain't the north where they tell you gotta fucking lick your forehead and stick it to a wall. It ain't really got nothing to do with that. I mean, FCC regulation is 20 feet above the higher than the nearest structure, whether it's tree or whatever, but there's people around here who got 50-foot towers.
Yeah, I'm right at 47 feet right now.
And I'm talking just the tower itself, not the top of the antenna.
I'd like to have me a big tower, that's for sure. I had a 30-foot up north.
Audio. Using an old windmill.
Well, it seems to be working.
Well, it survived a fucking tornado, and it ain't guide wired. It's freestanding. Bolted to it and concreted in.
Yo!
Oh, I'd say about 23, 24 feet to the top of the tower, and then it's got a pole that sticks out the top of it.
Oh, hell yeah.
Yeah. I had a neighbor, an old buddy of mine, when I put out all up there when I moved in, he goes, man, what are you going to do when the storms blow that thing through my roof? I said, dude, before that motherfucker go anywhere, you ain't going to have a roof. Well, May 6, 2015, a tornado hit over here and it fucking blew the house apart behind me and into mine. Took a bunch of trees down, fucked up a bunch of houses. And I called him and told him because he'd done sold and moved out and went down to Bridge Creek. I called him and said, well, remember that conversation? He goes, yeah. I said, well, after that tornado, that tower still stands, but motherfucking roofs are gone over here. I said, I just had to tell you that.
Hell yeah! Oh, yeah?
That's what I told him. I said, I just had to tell you that to prove what I was saying.
I had to rub it in, huh?
Yep. Now, the flying debris and shit butchered my antennas all to hell, but that tower never went nowhere. My rotor got shredded out.
So your rotor got shredded out?
Yeah, it spun that motherfucker all to hell.
Wow.
Yeah, my coax was wrapped around everything about 12 fucking times. Hell, I had 4-element flat side up about a foot above the tower. Then about 5 feet above that, I had my penetrator 500. That's why I was trying to tell Gary Allen one time I had more fucking station than that motherfucker knew what to do with. Him and his little Lantron 99 in a fucking 1-element fucking beam. I even had an old tube-type amp over here at one time hooked up to that shit. Had 8950s in it, 1 driving 4.
Audio.
Yeah, I'm thinking I need to get me a dosimeter, a PEP meter or something, because this little one I've got just ain't going to cut it. Only goes up to 120 watts.
Right.
It's good for setting dead keys, but as far as swing goes, I have no idea what it's doing. I was thinking about one of those dozy with the 3 meters that light up and the frequency counter on it. I had one like that before, but it didn't have the frequency counter. I was told those damn things are going for $300 now.
I have no idea. I don't keep up with the Joneses on that shit, as you say, as you might say.
The last time I had one, it was like $128 brand new. And the one with the frequency counter nowadays is like $300, I was told. That's just too damn much. Well, we're also talking about 25 years ago. Yeah, after that antenna went up in the air, it stopped wiping out my TV set.
I'll be back.
Okay.
Audio is working.
Yeah, come on up. This thing sound okay?
Yeah, it sounds out of wall over here. About the 88.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
410, 410.
What kind of mic you running with that?
Static 636L.
That's not a regular stock mic, is it?
No, it's a noise canceling mic.
Well, sounds good.
Roger. Hello.
Yeah, you're obviously running some fire in that wire.
A little bit. Radio sound okay though?
Yeah, sounds nice and clear. Nice echo too.
410. Yeah, it's at 88.
Have you been to 27505 on that yet?
Sound like pipsqueak with a Roger beat.
Have you been to 27505 on that yet?
No, but I can.
Sound like a pipsqueak with a Roger beat, come on. Who's that pipsqueak with the Roger beat, come on?
Do what?
Who's that pipsqueak with the Roger beat? Come on.
It's me, Nikki.
Yo, have you no biggie? I ain't gonna tolerate no racial behavior.
Oh, Roger. The old sticks on the buy me 88 too.
Yeah, say that again?
I told old Junebug you was wanting an 88 as well. Again. You say 27505?
Yeah, Tempo. That's channel 50.
Yeah, what do you want me to check out?
Yeah, just do me a favor, see if there's anybody talking on that channel.
Do what now?
Hey, just see if anybody's talking on that channel.
Matt, I'll be back.
Thank you, Bill.
What is that channel?
Yeah, it's a local channel for the Poconos.
Well, you ain't gonna hear them down here.
Probably not. Skip's gone now.
Hell, I ain't heard no Skip today.
Yeah, there was a little skip for about 10 minutes, and then it was gone just as fast as it showed up. Yeah, I know some of those old boys up in the Poconos, they run some big-ass radios, like in the thousands.
Well, that's poking in those. There's ones around here that run that shit too, but they're not on this channel.
Yeah, up there we don't call it Poconos, we call it poke the hose.
Now I heard somebody way out in the distance. I mean, I could just barely hear somebody talking.
Yeah, that's the local channel for the Poconos.
Oh, 10? Hell, holler at one of them and see if they heard me. Tell them to get on there and I'll go up there and holler again. Again. Hey, what? Yeah, I gotta fix this damn external speaker jack. Some bitch loose.
You mean the jack on the radio itself, or the mic jack, or the jack that goes in?
Nah, the little 3.5 external speaker jack on the back. It's loose a little bit.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I had a buddy up north, kind of buddy, more of an acquaintance, but he used to make what they call stinger boards for everybody, like $30 each. But the guy never had a radio of his own. Probably because those stinger boards kept popping people's radios.
Damn it, where's the old snake at?
He was in here a little bit ago. I guess he's on the side for a bit.
That other radio sound better than this one, or what?
That one sounds like it's got more of a punch. Or you turn your audio up one or the other.
410. 410. Boy, it's kind of hard to beat one of these 29s.
Yeah, I like the GTL better than the LTD though.
What's that, 29?
Yeah, little 29 LTD chrome.
Yeah, this one here's brand new. It's still a virgin, never been opened.
10.
That sound like a turbo board.
Yeah. I guess. Something like that.
Probably the same thing I got in this radio right here.
Say that again?
Palomar.
I said it's probably the same echo system that I got in this base station.
Yeah. That sounds like a turbo board, that did.
It's a TRBX4 Palomar, formerly known as RF Limited.
Same thing as that Magnum board?
Well, pretty much, made by the same people, RF Limited. Magnum is RF Limited, and they just recently took the Palomar name back.
Roger.
Hell yeah.
You know, they used to make some killer linear stuff.
Oh, right, yeah. Hell, I think Snake tuned this one too. Snake, did you do 2 of my chromes?
What?
Did you tune 2 of my chromes? You put a turbo 4 board in one and an old shitty echo board in the other one?
Yeah.
410. Yeah, he tuned this one too.
on the upside, now that my antenna's outside, it don't come over my TV set no more. We're everywhere.
Running on hate and discontent.
Damn it. It took me all day to smoke this fucking joint. Pretty good shit. Till I fucking rolled this about 1 o'clock this afternoon. I've been at it, and I got about a third of it left.
There been any traffic out there on the 240?
Well, I'm about ready to put this motor back in the box and send it back to fucking Harbor Freight.
Shit, you wouldn't let me over. Ha ha, I'm in front of you now, you
What's wrong with it?
Some bitch ain't got no fucking power. Well, you gotta think what it's pulling.
I ain't got no gas in it.
Well, I know if it'll pull a fucking go-kart that weighs fucking twice as much as my fucking bike does, it ought to pull that fucking bike. Okay, I'm gonna explain something to you here before you blow your cool. Go-kart's got fucking 10-inch tires. That bicycle takes more because they're taller, bigger tires. You ask anybody. You take a pickup that's got 15-inch, regular 15-inch tires on it, and it'll run down the highway real good. You go put you some big old 33, 35 boggers on it, it ain't gonna run like that down the road. Well, I can take off fucking pedal as fast as I can fucking pedal and fucking give that motherfucker full throttle and it won't even fucking pull shit.
Sounds like it's bogging down somewhere.
Yep, it's called sprocket ratio and bigger, taller tires. And I'll leave it at that. I'm back quiet.
When I get my eyes fixed, I'm going to go to Norman and look at that Indian motorcycle place they got up there. I was told Indian bikes are pretty nice. I've seen a few of them in my lifetime, and they were really sharp. Really expensive, too. Hey, Rattlesnake, if you decide to get rid of that Sedelta, give me a heads up, okay?
Yeah, I ain't never seen another one like that one.
You said that one's gray. The one I had was black and red.
You talking about a Sedelta, the old school one?
It's a bass mic. Got the echo and Roger beat switch on the back of it. It's got 3 sliders, the red. I think the key down thing's red, and then it's got the meter and all that, and then the mic head part of it's kind of long, flat.
Roger.
Well, if you decide to part with it, just let me know.
There's one on Facebook Marketplace not too long ago.
What was it going for, do you know?
I don't remember.
I know that one Cobra I saw, Cobra Echo Desk Mark, yeah, that was like $160, $180. Well, technically I didn't see it at all, but my brother told me what it looked like.
Man, I'm about feeling like a tired motherfucker. Not just tired, but I'm tired. I think getting up at 4 o'clock this morning has something to do with it.
Probably did.
It's called a Sedelta Echo Master Pro.
You know what, might be the same one. That sounds really familiar.
There was a couple of different styles. One had a rounded head, the other one had a flat looking wider head.
This one I got's the whatever, they got one on eBay for $125 untested.
Uh-oh, that's weird.
Yeah, I'm scared of eBay though.
Well, the 125 and don't know if it works or not.
Yeah, I've never bought anything from eBay. I don't guess I ever will either. Did almost get that realistic Navajo though, but then I changed my mind when I was told the back of it was cracked.
Hell, I had an old Navajo 431 it would give to me when I lived up in Kansas. When I was up in New Jersey and the basement flooded out. He said, if you want it, you can have it. I'm like, well, shit, I'll see what happens. I went in there and there was one piece of the board that was broke. I made 4 jumpers out of some telephone wire. And that radio worked its ass off.
Oh, yeah? They were good radios in its day, you know?
Yeah, it was just 40-channel AM base radio.
We used to have one back years ago. Good radio, though.
Yeah, it talked real good. For what it was, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll bring it down. Hell, this other one on here, I got one of these too. Well, it says something else, but it's a little black box with two sliders and a meter and the chrome mic stem.
Yeah, the there was a Delta Echo Master and then that other one, that Pro.
Yeah, I don't remember what the hell this one said, Galaxy something, but it's the same exact shit and it's got the switch on the back for Roger B.
Yep, yeah, them are the same.
Buy it now, $125.
I think them are like about 150 new, something like that.
Hey, does Delta still sell those Echo Master Pros or no?
I have no idea.
What did he say?
If Delta still has an Echo Master Pros up for sale, or do they still put them out?
Probably not.
Yeah, it's been a long time, probably not.
When Noah had that shop up north, he come up across this little desk mic. That bottom piece wasn't but about 3 inches, and it looked like one of them old Deltas that had the chrome stem that come up with head on it, with that foam cover on it, you know, that little bitty mic, but you put that foam deal over it. This motherfucker, a little bitty motherfucker, man, but man, that son of a bitch got after it. You could have fit the base of it in the palm of your hand.
I think I've seen one of those.
So she says no more.
Damn it, Gizmo. Yeah, it looked just like a Delta Echo Master, but it was just like 1/4 the size.
Yeah, 10-4. Yeah, I think I've seen one of those. Can't say I ever had one though, but yeah.
You know, he had it hooked up on an old Midland up there, and it sounded pretty damn good.
Yeah, I gotta find me a PEP meter.
I think I'd lean toward RMS because it tells the truth.
Yeah, but with this one, it only goes up to 120 watts, and I need something bigger than that because I have no idea what this linear is doing.
Well, they make them where it'll do that, but yeah, a good RMS reading meter would be the best thing.
These motherfuckers on here smoking crack, dude. Cobra 29 LTD chrome with blue lights in it. $359.
Wow.
Damn.
Must be some really pretty lights.
The chrome already comes with blue lights, though.
Yep.
And chrome everything. Chrome cases, blue lights. I don't know, these motherfuckers scamming.
Chrome horrifying.
I've got a brand new Cobra 29 LTD Classic sitting here, and I don't even know if it has any damn lights on it or not.
Oh, they put nitro LED lights behind the knobs. Ooh.
Yeah.
Oh, God, that just added $255 to it.
Yeah, it don't make it talk any better.
No.
It says it's got the performance tune on it.
Who drives down the road looking at their radio anyway?
I'm too busy looking out the window.
No, you're right, paying attention.
Yeah, because motherfuckers drive around with their faces in cell phones. They ain't watching.
Well, I did have somebody try to sell me a flashlight once for $20.
Damn.
To sell a blind man a flashlight, that was messed up.
Did it have LEDs in it?
There's another one, Cobra 29 chrome with green lights behind the knobs, $299.
Yep, they're smoking crack.
What does it cost to put them lights in them behind the knobs, Snake?
All they are is little rings, little flat. They look like a little flat washer, and they got them little surface mount LEDs on it, and you got your leads. You just stick them on there, and when you get them channel, they're the knob kits. They come with a piece of heat shrink you put on the shaft of the knob. That way it don't short out on it. But that's all there is to it.
Turns a $40 radio into a $300, huh?
Well, I know the nitro knobs go for $10 each. And that was a few years ago.
Yeah, I'd like to find where you can buy them jeweled knobs.
Yep.
I used to like them titty knobs. Oh, Crazy D had them on his radio.
What?
Titties for knobs.
You talking about them big fat knobs, Snake?
No, they're called jeweled knobs. They had like jewels, like diamond shit on the ends of them, and there's chrome.
Yeah, they're like straight. They're pretty they're kind of fat, about as big as around your pinky maybe.
Yeah, I was over there visiting Crazy D over off of Grand one night, and he was security guard. He showed me them titty knobs.
Yeah, it was a pedophile radio.
Hell yeah.
That was if you look at it, that's old Ariel off of Little Mermaid.
Oh, Betty Boop. He's talking about the Betty Boops.
It ain't Betty Boop, it's fucking Ariel off a kid's cartoon.
Hey, whatever happened with HY Electronics?
That's why they call it the pedophile radio.
used to buy a lot of stuff from HY Electronics, and we would check them out the other day, and they don't even sell any kind of CD equipment. It's like washers and dryers and shit like that they were showing.
HMY went out of business fucking years and years ago.
That's too bad. They were a good company, just like Copper.
Copper isn't all that great.
It used to be pretty good. I got a lot of stuff from them. Good price. Notice they're overpriced as hell now, though.
Here's Cobra 29 LX, $89. I got one of them. I don't know if it's the LX or what, but it's the Cobra 29 with the channel knob in the middle. It's got a turbo echo board in it and an RX-75 on the back. Need to get it on. But it needs a fan. Oh yeah, they got the realistic on here, $29.
Yeah, that's the same radio that Screaming Eagle just got.
Yeah, this motherfucker here, he's totally smoking crack on this shit. A Cobra 148 GTL claims it's a CB hybrid, AM upper and lower sideband, $1,200 plus $20 shipping.
That's highway robbery right there.
That's rape.
Shit, I got one for $6.
Hell, with no Vaseline or sandpaper.
It just keeps talking about the noise limiter in it. What the hell? They're in California. Fernandel, Fernandel, California is where it's at.
Well, I figure you're all screwed down there anyway.
Probably a winter liquor. That's a fine tune from the Fine Tune CB shop.
Hey, where is the nearest CB shop to where we are right now?
142.
All right. Thank you.
On I-40.
It's probably about $30 or so for peak and tune, and anything else costs more.
Yeah, that's all I need is peak and tune.
Might as well let Snake do it if he's interested. It'll sound better.
I talked to him earlier.
Yeah, they got one of them, I think it's just a damn faceplate. What the hell? Yeah, all they got's the faceplate with the two knobs in the front. There's a Connex 33 HP.
Get off the air, driver.
I think I used to have one of those.
Yeah, that one that had the boobs for the knobs. They call it the Big Betty Boob faceplate, but that's a fucking cartoon character off of some bullshit. Little Mermaid or something. Hell, they want $55 for that faceplate and them two knobs.
Damn, twisted world we live in.
I was told Superstar has an 88.
Yeah, I remember when Cobra first come out with that. I think it was a Cobra 200 mobile. That radio just didn't make it, did it?
That was 150. They come out with the 150 and then the 200, and no, they had like, I don't know how many generations of it, 10, some crap. They just couldn't get it right, so they quit.
They got a 150 over here.
I got a final for it. I got one. I had two, but one got put in the radio. I got one left. Because them ain't regular, you know, go to the CB shop and buy a final.
Y'all keyed on each other?
I said if you need a final for that, it's a final. The final, that 150 is the driver and the 200, and I got one.
That thing only does like 20 watts on high, 10 on low.
Yeah, I don't remember what it's supposed to do.
I remember how it kind of lit up in front, all green. It was pretty.
Hey, anybody know what a Superstar 88 goes for?
Superstar is a knockoff radio.
I had the 121 one time. That was a pretty good little radio.
Tri-Cat radio, I had that North Star, that big bass that I gave you over at Snake. The same goddamn shit as a Galaxy.
Yeah. Yeah, it says that 150 is like 15 watts or something. It's only got one final in it. That doesn't know have an amp in it.
Well, hell, so it's working good then.
Yeah. The 200 has an amplifier shit, bullshit, wannabe amplifier board in it.
What?
Yeah, they're old 150. Looks like the back of hell. They just put a damn cord in there and a retention tainer on there and said, fuck it, we ain't giving you no damn cord.
Hell yeah.
But yeah, I got one of them transistors for that, the final. Some 15FH, some bullshit.
Yeah, I looked it up, man. It's some funky shit I ain't never heard of before.
Hey, did y'all ever have a Boomer Deluxe 500?
What?
A buddy of mine's got a Boomer 250.
Yeah, I've never had a Boomer Deluxe 500, but I was told it's a 500 watt linear with a 25 amp power supply built in.
Here's a realistic Navajo TRC 457. They want $800 for it.
Damn.
But it's brand new. Brand spanking new. Still in the box.
That was a 40 channel sideband bass, wasn't it?
I think so.
The 457, I believe, is.
40 channel sideband.
Yep, I knew a guy in Wichita had one. For what they were a damn good radio. They ain't worth no 800 though. No.
This is mint condition. The box, paperwork, everything.
Yeah, that's one of them collector radios. They ain't made that thing in probably fucking 25 years. Damn, Snake, you ought to be able to get a couple thousand out of that RCA then.
Shit. It says the box not included, but it's got all the paperwork and styrofoam shit that it came in.
Well, that's a deduction then. Hell, I jump that RCA up 2,500 now.
There's Cobra 89 XLR base station and B104 $289.
Yo, Cam 89.
Yeah, I'll give up the radio check.
Them on Cam 89, that's a good base station. They just had 23 channels though.
They got a Cam 88.
I got a 23 channel. Let me look here at it. Pierce Simpson links up here, 23 channel. It lights up. I ain't never talked on it. It receives.
I used to have a big Cam 400.
Yeah, I didn't talk on it. Hell, I didn't have a mic that worked on it. I've tried Cobras. I didn't have no Midland mic. It's probably a Midland mic.
Pierce Simpson should have been Cobra, wasn't it, Snake? I mean, I could be wrong. I thought Pierce Simpson was the same as Cobra and all them others.
I can't remember, but it seemed like I had to jump an alligator clip across it to get it to receive, you know, with audio, but I can't remember.
Man, I just give away about 4 of them Pierce Simpson radios with the crystals in them.
You get your Midland Power Max, $20.
Was that desk mic or handheld?
Radio.
It's got a little box sitting on top of it with a couple of switches on it. I guess that's extra channels.
Damn, you can buy a case of Cobra 29 night watches. They're old new stock. There's 6 of them in the case for $450. So for $100 a pop.
What do they normally go for?
Yeah, they're like $100 and something now.
Well, 149, 169, something like that, ain't it? Yeah, you figure you sell them $100 a piece. You sell 5 of them, keep one. Still win. Yeah, I got 3 of those little Unity Pro 510, 520, and the 500, I think. I probably was going to give them away to somebody who ever wants them. I mean, they work and stuff. Hell, I don't want them. Too damn little for me.
It's a what?
You remember them little video Unity Pro, the little Pro 510s, 520, XL or whatever, and 500, I got 500, a 510, and a 520. One of them's got that DIN plug microphone. I never did figure that out. Why the others had the screw-on microphone plug, and that one's got the DIN plug.
Always hated those mics.
What's that?
Always gave me problems.
There's 5-tone Roger Beep on there, $24.99, still in the package.
Oh yeah, 5-tone?
Plus $4 shipping.
Damn, I wonder if we can hook that up in the front instead of at the end of the key up. Yeah, I'll deal with it.
Pretty sure you can. We'll have to look at mine.
Hey, something different. Same thing, only different.
That would definitely be different.
Hell, I've got a Galaxy like that. Got the Roger Beep at the key up instead of at the end of it. I used to have a little old, I don't remember what it was, but it had that key up tone of Avon doorbell or something like that. Ding dong! Yeah, I talked on that thing going to Wilburton one time. I had some truck drivers wanting to whoop my ass. They said, turn that son of a bitch off. Oh yeah, they were looking for me. I didn't even know it. Tell them to show up. Hell no, I turned it off. Matter of fact, I may hook that more rascal up, Bill. I ain't talked on it in a minute. Yeah, it might have 4 or 5 Roger Beeps at the beginning now. I don't know, my favorite was always that Roger part. I like that. Donkey part, whatever you call it.
Yeah, that donkey part used to get him all the time.
I always like that Good, Bad, and the Ugly and the Woody Woodpecker.
Yeah, Good, Bad, and the Ugly, it was a good one. I guess that Woody Woodpecker was too, but I liked the Good, Bad, and the Ugly.
Yeah, back in the days up in Kansas City, I had a 44V, Galaxy 44V I had that put in there. Had two little fucking push buttons up underneath the radio. You push it up and push them buttons and key it up and play them toys.
All the way around.
Had that button right on the microphone.
No, that was right up underneath the radio. About midways of the radio, right there in the front of the radio there. On the same side where that extension or that speaker's at. I mean, right there towards the knobs, right there on the bottom side of the radio there.
The radio Snake had come up with that Roger beep calling it Gator. And then after we started, everybody got to calling it Gator. And it kind of went over a lot easier.
Yeah, this old real black man, this old guy in Kansas City, he's a real black man. That motherfucker was a hell of a radio technician. They call him Fast Eddie. He's the one that hooks all my shit up for me.
Yeah, I think his Rattlesnake got started calling that Gator.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. They're the only ones that cry about it.
Yeah.
Does that place look familiar with them? We left over there with the chicken last night, Mike.
What the hell? The fucking judge holds Trump administration in criminal contempt over deportation.
Turned around last night.
What?
Democrat judge, fucking crime. You can't deport the criminals, we'd let them in here.
Shit, get their motherfucking ass back out of here, too. Yeah, guy out there in the distance, that radio's working. I guess he can hear me. I was barely heard him sound like he was crying. I didn't get to tell my radio's working or not.
fucking ambulance got some bright ass brake lights.
No brakes, man, no brakes.
I'll nose up so you know where to use my headlight. Hey, anybody out there know what a 400 megahertz radio is as far as the meter? What meter is that? Do you, anybody know?
Look at that idiot.
What do you say?
What do you say? Yeah.
I guess speed limit's a little too slow for him.
I got a 400 megahertz radio. I'm trying to decide what meter that would be.
What meter?
Right now, just keep talking. Please keep talking.
If you want a meter, just regular old freaking meter, one of them dosimeters for you, that 4,000. Goes up to 4,000. It's got a 20 watt scale, a 200 watt scale, and then a 2,000 watt scale and a 4,000 watt scale, and your SWR and your modulation, all that shit.
His question was the 400 megahertz radio. What band is that? Like, is that 70 meters or something like that?
Oh, I thought he was talking about a damn meter. I can't make out half the shit he says over here.
Is it too muffled or something?
Every now and then.
Yeah, I'm just kind of wondering what band that would be, because I've got a high-powered walkie-talkie sitting here. It's rated at 25 miles, but it's 400 megahertz.
Try some repeater shit, probably.
Oh, I'll keep moving. I'm gonna get out of here and go to bed. I'll catch y'all tomorrow.
You have a good one over there.
Come on.
Yeah, if I was you, I wouldn't even attempt to key up on that thing. I just looked it up, and depends on what frequency and the 400 megahertz it is. There's two-way public safety departments and shit like that, but there's also critical infrastructure and military, all kinds of bullshit.
I'll be down, 666.
Yo, get in with the Roger beep in the front.
Well, that definitely will explain some of the shit I hear on it.
That would be you. Yep, endangering politicians' lives.
Damn, is this thing not getting out?
Yeah.
We know how to terrorize human structure. That's working back.
Oh, yeah. My little beeper going?
Yeah.
Come on. Strengthening our defense at the cost of your life, predators. That's what you do. You're good predators. You prey on children's lives. That's the truth. So if you're good at preying on children's lives, targeting them and their families to be murdered.
Shit, I ain't talked on this thing in a minute. Didn't know if it was still working or not.
What's 20 on the beeper? Come on.
Come on back.
Life, and that's the truth. You're capable of destroying your family's life and fighting warfare violence. That assembly right.
Oh, yeah.
Assembly right is legal. Fail. Constant. Understand. Never number. Warfare, invasion, violence. Life. Protect them to your right.
Damn, man, I wonder why it is mobile radios pick up more noise than base stations. This thing here is noisy as hell.
This 29's the same way, man. I pick up shit way out in the distance. Mostly the noise.
Hey, Raji.
Show up! What? Shit, no wonder why that son of a bitch was humming. Hell, it was feeding back through them damn computer speakers. I think I'll probably put that silver streak on this radio on my little 33 here. Yeah, I just need one more amplifier, then I'll have an amplifier for every one of my radios.
Oh, you got one right.
Okay, I'm switching over right now.
Do what? Glad to see you back up here. I sure am glad my damn antenna's outside now.
Yeah, where's it at? Where's that before, man?
In your mama's butt.
Yeah, it was still too small. But I get way better reception now, so thank you, Mama, for me. You can get it, but you can't take it, huh?
What's up?
Some cracker head out there going off.
Oh, got one crying out there?
Yeah.
Welcome.
Yeah, my brother's hysterical now that my antenna's outside. Now it's not going over the TV set no more.
Did you ever get that Texas Star hooked up?
Yeah, it's hooked up right now. I just don't know how much power it's doing. I mean, I know how much the dead key's doing, but the swing, I have no idea.
So you ain't running it yet?
It's hooked up, and I run it from time to time on both, but my brother won't let me put it on high. And I'm doing almost 120 watt dead key. Yeah, I need to back my radio down. Got a brand new 120 watt meter sitting over here, and it just pegs it right out.
Right. I'm going to switch over right quick. Damn it, I don't know if this thing getting out or not.
That's working, man.
Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no.
Way too much. Way too much. Got too much reverb now.
They're all the way down.
Way too much, man. That was good right there.
That's pretty good right there.
Yeah, right there, you're understandable.
Yeah, I know it is right.
People should hear me at least a little bit better now. My antenna's 47 foot in the air.
You know, I ain't heard Dr. Bob tonight. Anybody else heard him or Dr. R?
No, I've only been on this thing a little over an hour now, Moondog.
Yeah, I hadn't heard him tonight. Probably taking a break, huh?
Yeah. Said he gonna be on his, so I had to clean his yard up and stuff.
Damn city needs to mind their own fucking business and clean up the rest of the places around this town.
Goddamn right. Oh, crybaby ass motherfuckers around here.
I'm supposed to do it.
Yeah, that's my 88 right here.
That sounds pretty good.
Sounds real good over here.
Oh, right.
What about this one? Sound alright. Might want to back away from that mic just a little bit, though.
What's up?
88 sounds the best.
Yeah, there was somebody else out there asking what their radio sounded like. I told him to back away from his mic a little bit. Alright, what about now? That's better.
Damn, man, I got lightning going on outside here.
Who is that, Screaming Eagle out there? Yeah, 10 4. Yeah, remember we're so close, man. If you talk too close to that mic, it comes out muffled.
Oh, that's my buddy out there welding. Oh, I know what he's welding.
Man, I don't know what the weather's supposed to do tonight.
I think it's supposed to rain, I think. I mean, I could be wrong, but I think they're talking about rain supposed to be coming in.
Yeah, it sure is real good over here.
Yeah, that's my 88 right here.
Yeah, it sounds real good over here.
Yeah, that's my 88 right here.
Yeah, it sounds real good over here.
Yeah, that's my 88 right here.
Yeah, we're due for some cold weather. This is Easter weekend, you know what I mean? That Easter spell.
Yeah, I was thinking, well, I mean, it ain't supposed to come in until, what's tomorrow, Thursday? Yeah, I think, Friday, Saturday, or Sunday, or some shit, I think. It's supposed to be nice tomorrow. It's supposed to be damn near 90 degrees tomorrow.
Roger that. Hey, Screaming Eagle, I didn't mean to be keying up on you over there. Hey, go ahead there. You guys have a good conversation. I just wanted to find out about that weather.
I mean, I could be wrong, but I mean, by listening to what the radio said earlier, of course, I ain't got my TV hooked up, so I can't watch the news.
Hey, Screaming Eagle, just out of curiosity, you said you had an external SWR power meter, right? What's the wattage on that?
I think that thing's messed up, because one time it'll show one thing, then next time I key up, it'll show something different.
Well, when I get my new dosimeter, I'm going to go ahead and give you the one I have, all right?
All right, yeah, I appreciate it. Yeah, this one, I mean, you know, it's a static brand, but I don't know. I think something, it's not right. I don't know. It's not acting right.
You say you guys said dosimeters?
Yeah, I'm going to order the one with the frequency counter, the 3 meters that light up.
Roger.
This one here, it's just too small for me. It's 120 watt.
Yeah, this one I got. It's a little Radio Shack job. It's a micron. It's 3 window. It goes from 550 to 500.
Well, that might be what I need for running this on low, but I'm not too sure about high though.
I run my Texas Star on it. I mean, hell, it's 400 Texas Star 400V.
Hey, you hear me, right?
Oh yeah, I hear you all right.
Alright, I'm fixing to kick that on. You let me know what the difference is. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Yeah, you jump from a 5 up to damn near 10.
Yeah, that's on extreme low too.
You was on low?
Yeah, real low. As low as it would go.
Whereabouts are you located?
I'm over by the Dollar General.
Dollar General, I mean, which one?
Southeast 59th, way over on the east side. I'm on the east side of the Dollar General.
Over off of, what is it, Santa Fe or Shields or whatever?
I really don't know. I'm not from here. All I know is I can throw a rock and hit the Dollar General, put it that way.
Is there like a big old field that's right there next to the Dollar General?
Yeah, I'm sorry, what'd you say?
Is there like a big old field, open field or something right next to it?
I really don't know, dude. I'm blind. But I've only been in there like once or twice at the most.
Right. Yeah, because when you put that thing on, you almost at the point of overdrive. I mean, on my end.
Yeah, my radio is doing 4.5, almost 5 watts. So I've got to get that lowered down to about 2.
Yeah, or 1.5 watt. I got all my radio set at 1.5 watt. 1.5 watt and then swinging.
My problem is I can't find anybody that can do that.
Hey, 102.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm confused. I hear you talk about watching videos and stuff like that, but then again you say you're blind. How blind are you?
All I can see is a little bit of light, that's it. As far as watching videos, I still ain't used to that part of it yet, but I am blind. I can't see videos, but I do have other people that sit here and describe what they see and stuff like that, and I do listen to them.
Roger that. Well, I just wondering, you know, I'm not being contradicted or nothing like that, but I know a couple people that are blind, and it's tough, I know that.
Well, it's the hardest damn thing I've ever had to go through in my life, and I've been through a lot, but there ain't nothing like being blind, bro.
I'd rather lose my earsight than my eyesight.
But being blind, I still make a hell of a good pot of coffee, though.
You know, it's always been my worst fear in life, is being blind or deaf or losing my voice. This is my favorite hobby here.
Me too. Well, I'm blind and crippled. I am an amputee too. So basically all I have is this radio. I sit here 95% of the time by myself, totally alone, talking on the radio. That's what I do, you know.
Yeah, I'm about the same boat, man. Well, yeah, I'll tell you what. It's not that it's good to know, but if I hear you out there, I'll talk to you, bud.
Well, it's always good to have somebody to talk to, you know what I mean?
Hell yeah. That's what it's all about. Enjoy your radio. If you're not having fun with your radio, you're not using it right.
And I'm not really doing too bad for a blind man. I hooked all this up myself and everything, I mean, with no help.
Hell yeah, well, you're going in the right direction. It's working good.
Well, if I didn't have the experience before I went blind, I probably wouldn't be able to do what I do. Yeah, that's what I was told.
Yeah. Yeah, your past experience has a lot to do with it. I guarantee you.
Yeah, but then you got these little things that pop up, like on the back of a linear where it says ANT, you know, for the antenna, and then the transmit one. You pretty much have to have somebody there to tell you which one's which, and that's kind of irritating.
Yeah, I put a piece of tape on mine, which I don't have no trouble seeing, but sometimes it's hard to see that antenna and all that stuff, but I put me tape on mine showing one side positive and one side negative. Negative is going out, always going through the antenna.
Yeah, I always do the same thing with electrical tape. On my red wires, I put a tape, and then on the battery, on the positive terminal, and, you know, the antenna for the linear and the radio and all that. Yeah, I usually use electrical tape. This way, I only have to be told once, you know?
Oh, yeah, we all got a little trick.
Yep, I also tie a knot in my right shoe.
Now that. I enjoy listening to you out there. I kind of hate it that you're blind, but you know, it's part of life, I guess.
Yeah, well, I mean no harm, dude. I'm just I'm just a natural-born smart-ass, you know, and I like to have fun, you know. I mean, I'm 60 years old now. I didn't have a childhood, and I'm getting my second chance now, and I'm making the best of it, you know.
Hey, there ain't nothing wrong with being a smart-ass. My dad always told me I was a smart-ass. My dad always said, boy, you're full of shit, and you're a smart-ass.
Right?
Hell, I'd rather be a smart-ass than a dumbass.
27th of next month to try to get my eyes fixed, so God willing, I will be able to see again.
Is that fair to say? I heard what you said over there about you'd rather be a smart-ass than a dumbass. I'd rather be a smart-ass than a dumbass, ain't it?
Right. That surgery's kind of got me scared, though.
Yeah, Junebug, I always enjoy talking to you, too. you kind of go off the wall, you know, because you enjoy what you do over there.
Hell yeah, I've been doing this shit too long, man. 30 plus years I've been fucking with these radios on and off.
I got my first radio when I was about 17, which I was dating my wife, and my mother-in-law bought it for me. Hey, let me answer my phone. I'll be back.
Oh, Roger. I got to go out here and help my buddy out here. He's out here welding. I need to go out here and help him probably.
All right, y'all be good.
You going to be out here for a little bit, 102, or are you fixing to close it down, or what?
No, I'm usually out here all night just in and out, sandbagging, doing little this and that. I'll be here for a while.
Roger, yeah, I'm a night owl myself. I do nights better than do days.
I'll be here when you get back.
All right. Hey, 102.
Yeah, go ahead.
Hey, if you want to get that 88 from Gizmo, go ahead, man. I mean, right now I'm radio poor. I mean, I'd like to have another one, but hell, you probably need it a little worse than I do.
Well, this Cobra 29's a good little radio, but it's not what I'm used to, you know?
Right.
Yeah, he ain't told me a price on it or nothing like that yet, so it's still on the top stage.
Right. He ain't never shot me no price either. Like I said, he said he had to fix that extension speaker plug on it, which means ain't no big deal on my end.
Well, I mean, if he offered it to you first, you go ahead. You got first dibs.
Well, I mean, he never really did offer it to me. I mean, he was just telling me about it. You know, I was talking to him about some Galaxy radios, you know. I'm trying to find the 44 and the 55. I mean, I've got an 88, I got a 99, I got this 33, and I got my Saturn base. I mean, like I said, you might need a little worse than I do. I mean, yeah, I ain't saying I wouldn't mind having another 88, but I mean, I'd rather see somebody else get, you know, out there get some help with a radio, you know, because I've had a lot of people that's blessed me and stuff.
Well, I like the 88 because I know where 27505 is without looking. I'm very familiar with the 88.
Right.
I seen a radio today on I don't know where I was on. But anyway, I was on my phone, but I seen it on something. But anyway, it's realistic. The sideband, like I used to have, that's a screaming little radio, man. I like to get a hold of one of those.
What is it?
Now, what kind was it?
It's a realistic. It's got sideband on it.
What is it, base station?
No, it's a mobile. It's a TRC 470 something, 478 or something like that.
No, Roger.
Have you ever had a Mirage 88? No. About you, Junebug.
What's that?
You ever seen or had a Mirage 88?
I had a knockoff of the Galaxy 88.
Yeah, that used to be a really good radio too, the Mirage 88. Man, I tell you what, I ain't heard or seen any of them around in like 100 years.
Yeah, I don't know, boy. I just had one given to him for parts. That's what I'd like to have. I'd like to have the knobs off of it instead of the like on most of them Galaxies, how they got the little square knobs, the little small knobs are like a square. I'm trying to find the rounded ones.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, they're just easier for, you know, my hands kind of go numb sometimes. They're just easier for me to work with than them little bitty square or rectangle or whatever their shape them other dudes are.
Yeah, Temple.
course, I've painted my knobs, you know, I got on my 88, I got a Confederate flag faceplate that I just took off of it, put the original faceplate back on it. But I got the back knobs white. I usually do the front knobs, the little bitty knobs. I usually do them black, that way they match the radio black and white.
Yeah, 10-4. Yeah, the only Galaxy 88s I've ever had, they were all original, you know, black ones.
Yeah, I was going to say that. I mean, I just spray painted them. Spray painted the chrome knobs and stuff, painted them white and black. And then I had a buddy of mine back here in Tahlequah give me a Confederate flag faceplate that goes on an 88. So I got a Confederate flag, a rebel flag faceplate for an 88 radio.
Okay, boy. I had a 148 one time with the rebel flag faceplate.
Yeah, I got a little Cobra 25, little 25 LTD's got the rebel flag on it.
Hey, you don't see many of that around anymore, you know?
Right. No, what I'd like to find is from a base station, from a Saturn, I'd like to find that wood grain, man. I was looking on the, I don't remember where it was at, Amazon or eBay or some one of them places. And I was looking at Galaxy Saturn radios in there, and they got a wood grain faceplate that you can put on the Saturn. Man, that so much sharp.
Yeah, I didn't even know that. I've never heard of that.
Yeah, I was looking at the wood grain and like the mossy oak and the black and white camouflage, the green and black camouflage, the orange and black camouflage. That's a nice little setup.
Well, with the Saturn, though, if I was to get a Galaxy Saturn base, I'd prefer it to be original black with the handles, you know?
Right. Yeah, and what I did on mine is my echo board wasn't working, so I had a turbo echo board put in mine, and on the front of it, right below the speaker where that big headphone plug goes, that's where I put my knob and stuff in there for my echo. And then where my original switch was on top over here for the echo, that's my talkback switch now.
Oh, is that right? Hey, you got handles on yours, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I notice a lot of the Galaxy Saturns that my caregiver's been looking up, he says that they don't have handles, though.
Yeah, I think that kind of looks stupid if you ask me. I mean, I don't know. I mean, it's just, you know, that's my opinion. You know, everybody's got opinions. I just think they look better with the handles on them.
I do too. They just look better. Kind of like a Cobra 2000 with the speaker or without. It just looks better with.
Right. I got a buddy of mine that's got the 2000, got the double speakers, one on each side.
Yeah, I have one up north like that, dual speaker.
Yeah, those suckers are high too.
Yeah. Damn good radio though.
I just wish Galaxy made some speakers like that. I got some little computer speakers, some little black ONE and some Ohms. Turn them on. And they're black with speaker kind of looks like a Rockford Fosgate, but that's what I got sitting next to my radio.
You got any cooling fans on your linears?
What's that?
Got any cooling fans on your linears?
Any cool what?
Cooling fan, the fan?
Nope. They don't need them.
Yeah, this 16, I got it with the fan kit. It's got two 5-inch fans on it. And those fans, man, are they cold.
Right, well, I mean, hell, that's probably putting that twice as much as mine. You know, mine's just a little 400V, which is doing about, I think it's like 410, 420, I think we got on high.
Oh, yeah, this 16 does just a little more than that.
Yeah, you got the Sweet 16, so what's that, 1600?
And more.
Oh, yeah, you're doing 3 times mine then. 4, 8, 12, not 4 times.
Say that again?
Hey, you're doing 4 times the size of mine then. Yeah, mine's just 400, so 4, 8, 12, 16, yeah.
Yeah, but my brother won't let me run it on high.
You probably get, I'm going to bet you probably do 1500 easily. I don't see why I wouldn't do 16.
Yeah, but he don't want me blowing his computers and TVs up, though. That's what he says anyway.
Right. Yeah, I just got, well, I got 4 amplifiers, but one of mine, my buddy's got back home. It's a Magnum 2000. It's a little, I'd say about 225 watt. Then I got this Texas Star 400B. I got a little Silver Streak 150A. And I got a Palomar. Well, it's a, I think you might have it by 10 years. I'm 52, so it's about a 50-year-old amplifier. It's a TX75. I got one of those over there.
I used to have a Palomar 250, and that sucker was really, I mean, it got out there more.
Yeah, my first amplifier was the little TX50. The little cube, little Rubik's Cube box, had the little power switch on it, toggle switch, and that was it.
I used to have a little one like that, a little modulator, had a little volume control on it.
Yeah, mine was a little bilinear, a little Palomar TX50. Looks like a Rubik's Cube.
I tried to find a little modulator before I got this Texas Star, and I just couldn't find one at all.
Yeah, I see them on Facebook all the time. Marketplace, the little Texas Star V Pluses, Modulator Plus.
Yeah, they ain't much bigger than a pack of cigarettes.
So that's Marketplace?
Yeah, I got the Marketplace out there, didn't he? Hell, I seen one on there the other day for, what was he going, 75, I think? 75 or 80 bucks for it, I think, something like that. I kind of thought, I mean, in my opinion, I thought it might have been a little high, but I mean, it might be worth it. I don't know. I ain't really priced. I got a good deal on this Texas Star though when I got it. You know, 'cause a lot of people's going dollar for watt. Damn near everybody's going dollar watt now on these damn things again, which is crazy.
Yeah, I've never been to Marketplace, so I might have to have somebody check that out for me.
Yeah, I had one of them modulators before.
Hell, my 88, what is 88? My 33, and my bass I got all off Marketplace. My 99, I heard an old boy, I talked to an old boy out in North Carolina. And me and him's kind of on bad blood right now because he's talking all kinds of shit about me and all that. Of course, there's been some problems with this 99, but I've had several people tell me that all these 99s are going to have gremlins in them. But anyway, needless to say, all my stuff, pretty much, this Texas Star I'm talking on, it come off of Marketplace. The old guy got it from, was over in Okmulgee, Oklahoma. Works for the old sheriff's department down there. Hell, I didn't know that at the time, but I mean, after I met him and stuff, you know, he's a cop, but he's cool. He's motherfucker straight up. He's been straight up with me. He hasn't lied to me about nothing. He hasn't bullshitted me about nothing. He's shot me fair deals and told me straight up everything good about him.
So Marketplace is like eBay then?
Well, I mean, I mean, kind of, I guess. I mean, you know, just shopping online, kind of, you know. They got new and used stuff on there. I don't really fuck with eBay. I'm just now kind of getting into Amazon a little bit, you know, because like I said, I just bought that new motor for my trike and had to buy a clutch and bought some of the throttle cables and stuff for it. You know, I used Amazon to get that and, you know, got the next day delivery free, so hell, man can't beat that with a stick.
Yeah, I buy all my stuff on Amazon. Well, the biggest part of it anyway, but yeah, that eBay and all that kind of stuff where people sell their stuff, you know, I'm not real good with that, you know.
I think I'm probably going to end up taking this motor back to Harbor Freight if they'll take it back, which I'm going to figure out a way for them to have to take it back, but if they don't and I get stuck with it, I think I'm going to go ahead and order me another motor. I'm going to order me about a 7.5 horsepower, one of them Predator Well, the 212, the Predator 212 is 6.5 horse, but I want one that's got the electric start. I want one with the electric start and the pull rope. Because, you know, I got a bad shoulder and stuff, bad arm and stuff. And I don't want somebody that might keep jerking on when I hit that fucking button and fire that motherfucker up and go.
Yeah, I feel the same way. There was a guy over here talking to me yesterday. He had a little moped. He had a pull motor on it he just put in it. And he said it was a 212cc motor, but he said it would only do 45 miles an hour.
How much do you want for it?
Just put the motor in it. He said he paid $450 for the whole thing, but it's only doing 45 miles an hour on a 212cc motor. That just don't sound right.
What's it on?
It's on a moped.
And you said it's going how fast?
45 max.
Well, that motor I've got is 79cc. And I think they've got it guesstimated between 28 to 35 miles per hour on a go-kart, give or take. So, yeah, it could be possible, yeah. Because the 212cc is only 6.5 horsepower.
Yeah, plus it was like a pull, like you would start a lawnmower, one of those old ones with the pull rope.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't like that at all. It's got to be electric start.
Yeah, see, they got some now. It's got the electric start and the pull rope. They got a little starter on them. A little starter, got a little box on there with the key ignition on it, and then they got the pull rope on the side of it. I guess that's like a backup if your battery goes down or starter messes up or something.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'll get out here and help him. He'll be cussing me out here in a minute, but I'll be back here in a little bit.
All right, man, be careful. Hey, Screaming Eagle, you still there? Oh, yeah. Yeah, when I get that other meter, I'll let you know to come pick this one up, okay?
Yeah, I could probably still give you this one for part of it, just for you doing it.
Oh, no, man. Once I get that other one, I won't need another one, but I appreciate it. You know what you could do, though, is if you ain't going to use that one after you get this one, just bust somebody else with it.
Okay, yeah, I got a buddy that's fixing to start setting up some equipment. I'm thinking about passing off the radio and that antenna and everything that I got set up, that I bought the first time. I might just go ahead and bless him with it.
That's the best thing to do, pass it forward,
I tell him the only thing he needs to do if he's going to use it as a base is he's got to get himself an antenna and some coax, he's got everything else.
Not that far.
Well, what I was thinking about doing is taking a Cobra and hook it up to the power supply here, putting this power mic, this Cobra power mic on it, and see what it sounds like.
Give me just a minute, I'll be right back.
I'm going to go ahead and get the radio ready.
motherfucker.
You're a fucking idiot.
There's a clock blocking the fucking lane, and if somebody goes around you, you officer the fucking clock. You're a dipshit. You're the snake in the fucking lane. So you suck a big bowl of dick whenever you get where the fuck you're going. You're a fuck. Dangerous ass fucking rookie.
Alright, I'm back.
Alright, this is the Cobra radio here.
Okay, say that again.
This is the Cobra radio, the first one. How much difference does it make from the other one?
Yeah, the audio on that one sounds messed up, dude.
Yeah, I got it turned up all the way too.
Yeah, you sound really muffled.
And I turned it down a little bit. I'm about 7 right now on the volume on the microphone.
Well, I can hear you. I just can't understand what you're trying to say. It's really muffled. Might want to hook the other one back up.
Alright, hang on a second.
Okay.
Yeah, that one sounds a lot better.
Alright. That's kind of what I thought. I just wasn't sure. I just didn't know what the thing sounded like with a power mic on it.
Well, that one you're on right now is a keeper. I'd keep that one. The other one, I'm not too sure what's going on with that one. You got a good signal, good audio. It's just muffled as hell.
Yeah, I think when I had it on that first power supply thing I had, that probably did something to it.
Have you been inside that radio at all?
The little one or the big one?
The one that's muffled.
Yeah, I opened it up and looked at it, but that's about as far as I didn't mess with nothing.
I was just wondering if maybe you turned that audio up too loud.
Nah, I didn't do anything until I just looked at it to see what it looked like.
Check it out. You can hear me pretty good right now, right?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, now listen to it.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. See, it kind of gets a little muffled.
Yeah. That's what that other one sounds like.
Oh. No, I didn't do nothing to it. Yeah, because I wasn't sure what was what, so I left everything alone.
Okay, the only other thing I can guess for is it had to have been that little power supply that was humming that day.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Because that humming noise was like 8 times as loud as you was.
Yeah, I could hear it over here on my end. It was even when nobody was talking. And I had the radio turned all the way down, I was hearing it.
Yeah, I wouldn't suggest using that power supply.
Yeah, I took it off. I got it stuck at the door. I'll use it for something else.
So what power supply are you running now? Are you still on that battery?
No, I got that Pyramid at that P57. I think it's a KS. Yeah, P50, or maybe it's a PS7. I don't know if that's an S or a 5. I think it's a PS7KX.
Is that a 3 amp or something?
No, this is 5 amp.
Oh, okay, yeah, that should run that radio with no problem.
Oh yeah, it's got a cooling fan inside of it. You can hear it running.
Hey, can I ask you something stupid?
Yeah, go ahead.
When people find out I'm blind, they always say they're sorry. I mean, it sounds great, but why the hell are they sorry? I haven't seen an ugly woman in over 5 years.
Yeah, that's a good thing, but I don't know, I guess it's just something to say, I guess. I don't know.
I guess it's just courtesy, you know.
Yeah, it's like if one of your loved ones that passed away, they say sorry. It's like, why you didn't kill them? So I mean, but it's just a thing to say, a courtesy deal, I think.
Right out.
That's right. That's an unusual Roger beat, by the way.
Talking about my radio?
Yeah, sounds like one of those Space Invader games or something.
Oh no.
I gotta be honest, I haven't heard one like that out here before. But it's a good thing though, it's definitely original.
Where you guys at? Y'all here in the city?
Yeah, say that again?
Are you guys in the city?
Yeah, southeast side.
14?
Where are you at out there, man?
I'm over here in Motown.
Oh, is that right? Well, honestly, I have no idea where that is.
I'm south of you, a little town called Moore.
Oh, okay, yeah, I'm familiar with Moore, kind of.
I think I've been to 12th Street and more once.
Right, Joe.
I think I've seen a Moore water tower somewhere. I don't remember where I've seen that at.
Don't forget where you hide your eggs.
Usually Junebug and Two Dogs is out here. I guess they're busy or something.
You know what?
Yeah, they'll be back. They're in and out.
There you go. You got that
Who we got out there in Moore anyway?
Got Buffalo on Buffalo Hill.
10-4 Buffalo. Hey,
Is this radio sound okay to you over there in Moore right now?
It kind of sounds like the audio's a little scrunched up or something.
Yeah, I'm over driving this a little.
Sounded better a while ago.
yeah, 10-4.
Yeah, need to turn the dead key down or something.
Yeah, I'm running 5 watts on the radio. I got to get it turned down to 2 watts. Definitely overdriving my box, you know.
Right, Joe.
But New York City heard me really well.
You see you ever talk to New York?
Yeah, yesterday I talked to New York, Florida, and Mojave Desert.
That's one thing I ain't tried yet. I'll maybe give it a try.
Yeah, that skip's been dying out. I mean, you barely get it, but I mean, yesterday it came in, and then it was gone just as fast as it came in. So I only got a couple minutes to really say hi to anyone.
What channel did you go to?
I was on this channel.
Yeah, Monday when California was having the earthquake, I talked to one of them guys that said the ground shake.
Yeah, I heard about that too, boy.
When did that happen?
Monday, I think.
Yeah, day before yesterday.
Oh, I didn't hear nothing about that. I must have missed it.
Yeah, they showed the zoo. All the elephants got in a circle, back to back, trying to protect the younger ones.
Yeah, they said the epic center was by the mountains, and they felt it all the way to L.A.
Yeah.
You hear me pretty good over there by Moore?
Do
Are you hearing me pretty good over there, out there where you're at?
Oh yeah. I hear both y'all good.
Yeah, I'm over here by Tinker.
Marcy, that's a pretty good trip. I'm just on it's like a 4-watt Galaxy 959. I haven't turned it up or nothing.
Well, that's a pretty Killer Roger beat for a 959. Yeah, I think I'm going to pick me up a Galaxy 88.
Right, Joe.
Or RCI Longhorn N6 would be even better.
What are you talking on now?
Yeah, this is just a barefoot Virgin Cobra 29 LTD, brand new.
Hey, you can turn that down.
Say that again?
You could get in there and turn that one down.
Yeah, I got to turn this one down. It's like I said, it's brand new out of the box, and it's never been peaked and tuned or nothing. So yeah, I got to get this turned down for the box, you know.
Right, Joe.
Yeah, somebody told me that they turned the power down for me, but obviously they never did.
Hey, Carl, you getting a watt meter?
Yeah, I've got a little, hell, I don't even know the name of it, but it's a lighted 1 meter, goes up to 120 watts. And when I turn this box on, it just pegs it right out.
Good, great.
Yeah, so I'm doing a minimum of 120 watt dead key on this box.
It burns something up in that little watt meter.
Well, it seems fine. It's not even hooked up at the moment. I disconnected that last night and just ran the box straight, you know, and it seems to be okay, but I still need to back down the power in the radio, though.
Somebody here. I'm going to stand by for a minute. Elvis, I'll be back in a few.
I'd like to get it to do anywhere from like maybe 20 watt dead key to maybe 50 at the most.
How you making a fine trip up here to the west side?
I'm guessing maybe 20. This way I get a better swing out of it, you know?
Right.
Yeah.
I hear some skip or something coming in.
Looking for me, and I just figured I'd stay up a little bit late tonight and see if I can wave a hand.
Where'd that guy go without a teacher?
Yeah, I'm right here. I was drinking some water.
Right, Joe.
Yeah, I was thinking about the weather. Seeing it's Easter, you could have one more cold snap. After that, it's on and cracking with the heat.
That's right.
Yeah, it's going to get hot tomorrow, man.
Yeah, then we got a cool down coming out, but that'll be it until next winter.
Yeah, but Oklahoma cool down is like, what, 45, 50 degrees.
Yeah, Yeah, but that's how I use it until when we're not having any more cold snaps, cold fronts, or whatever. Is that when Easter is got here and passed, then that's it.
Yeah, I like the heat better. When it's 110, 115, I just feel more energetic, you know?
Yeah, you put up the winter clothes. Like this evening when I decided to go for a little walk after eating. I had my summer clothes on, but I put on some clothes just in case it got cool. So, I mean, you just can't tell around here.
Yeah. I don't know if you were listening, Screaming Eagle, but I get my operation on the 27th of next month, so hopefully I'll be able to see after that.
I hope so.
Yeah, me too. I got a peek in tuna radio.
Man, I called the place today to ask them about how much it would cost just to open the mod on this. And they said, well, he's busy. You take your name and number, and he'll call you back. You know, that's somebody that did call me back.
I was told there's a CB shop up on 240 or something like that. So I don't know. I might just wait till I can see if I can. If not, I'll just take it up to CB shop.
Yeah, this when I called them before, it seemed like, I don't know, because it didn't sound like the same person I talked to. But anyway, this one's over off the council.
Oh, yeah. Well, if I get my eyes back, man, I can do all this work on the radios, put toys in it, Echo Beep, you know, Roger Beep's Echo, all that stuff I can install myself. But it's hard to do that when you can't see, you know.
Yeah, I know.
I still know how, I still have the equipment, I still have the knowledge, I just don't have the eyes at the moment.
You know, I was looking at that other SWR meter, the one that I got now. I was looking at it, kind of studying it. And what it's got two meters to it. One of them is SWR, then the RF or something. Anyway, the second meter has got SWR meter also in it. And the same thing, except it's got power. It says how much power you're doing, but that's why I think something's not right about that. It's got two SWR meters on it.
I ain't never, ever heard of a SWR power meter with two separate SWR meters.
I haven't either. So I got to looking at it, and I was like comparing them and said, wait a minute, this thing's got... But it only one SWR meter works that does the actual SWR on it. But the other meters also got it, so I'm not sure how they got it set up on the inside. That's why I'm saying that because at first it showed one, and then when I did it again, then it showed something different. So that's what I'm saying. I think there's something wrong with that.
Well, when you do that, make sure you keep it away from metal, aluminum, and don't touch it.
Now, I had it sitting on the chair, got a shirt that was on the chair, and I set it on top of the shirt. Another thing, too, is that you're supposed to have a 3-foot jumper to it. And it's got, you had to use a 9-foot because that's all I had.
Let me ask you, is that jumper new or used?
It's brand new. It came with the, with that antenna, that mobile antenna that I bought. It has, it's got the antenna, it's got the mirror mount, and it came with the 9-foot cord, 9-foot coax.
And you bought that meter brand new?
Yeah, I bought the same time I bought the antenna.
What power rating does that go up to, like 20 watts?
What, the meter?
Yeah.
That's got a 10, and it's got a switch on it. It says a 10 watt, and then it's got 100 watts. I put it on 10 watts.
Yeah, that's a brand new radio, man. I can guarantee it's doing more than 1 watt out of the box.
Well, I thought that's what it said. It says it's doing 2. It's up to 2 anyway.
Yeah, you should be getting 3 or 4 out of that.
Yeah. I saw a shadow outside my window. I was just trying to see what it was. I think it was a cat. But anyway, yeah, that's where I know that's what it's doing, but it's got to be. Like I said, it's a brand new radio.
Well, dude, if you want to stop over tomorrow and use this meter, you're more than welcome to. I mean, I'm not using it at the moment. It's just sitting here unplugged and everything. So if you want to use it, you're more than welcome to.
I get over there in the neighborhood. I'll stop by and see if I can't. I'll grab it and I'll take it back and I'll bring it back here to my place and use it real quick and come back with it.
Okay. Yeah, I'll show you how to use it. It ain't hard. Matter of fact, when you take it, I'll have it already set for what you need it set for. This way, all you got to do is hook it up, key up, and it'll tell you what you need to know.
I almost like to take this thing back. I still got the receipt for it, but I doubt they take it back to the bench so long. It's been, what, over a month, 2 months?
Well, I should have my meter in about 2 to 3 weeks, so I'll give you this one free in charge. When I get my other one, you can just have this one. This one's still new. Hell, I've only had this one for, what, maybe 2 weeks?
Yeah, the door's got me sitting in a box. I used it a couple times. Check the SWRs, so I got this radio, it's got the SWRs on it, built in, so I just keep an eye on it.
Yeah, I'll give you this one, and what you do with the one you have is your business. But if you would, just, kind of bless somebody else with it.
It's going to go to my buddy whenever he gets himself settled in, when he starts getting his radio equipment. I told him, like I said, I told you earlier, I told him he needs to get an antenna. And right now he doesn't live close by. He's supposed to be moving closer by. When he does, he's going to find me.
Oh, you have seen this meter then? Yeah, the other day, remember?
Yeah, so when I come over, it's lit up, don't it? It's got little lights in it?
Yeah, it's illuminated meter. It lights up and all. But, it's a brand new meter. It's a great meter. It just doesn't go up as high as I need it to. I mean, obviously 120 watts is way less than I need.
Yeah, so I'm doing okay with what I got here. It gets out far as I need to, you know, just a local. Yeah, I mean, it's fun talking shit, but it's not really necessary. I like talking to you guys out there. You know, listen to you talk. But everybody out there seems like pretty good people.
Yeah, they are. There's a lot of good people out here. But like everything else, you got your good with your bad. But most of them are decent people, though. But this meter ought to be really up your alley. I mean, it's going to do the power rating that you need.
Yeah. Well, I'm fixing to step out of here. Good to go to bed. I got up kind of early this morning. I'm tired.
All right, brother. Well, you have a good night. Be safe. Give me a shout when you can, okay?
Yeah, I'll give you a shout tomorrow. I'll take you a shout tomorrow when I'm on my way up that way.
Sounds good, man. All right, man. You have a good night.
10-4, 10-7. All right, there. You out there more, you take care of yourself. I'll talk to you some more time.
Okay, catch you later.
Hey, Screaming Eagle, if you're still there when you come get this meter, I'll loan you my brand new jumper for it, too.
Flo, if you're still out there, man, you have a good night. Be safe, okay?
Oh, you see you getting off here?
Yeah, I'll be in here somewhere in and out, but, yeah. If you need me, just give me a shout.
Oh, yeah, just sitting there watching TV. Okay, catch you in a little bit or so.
I go very fast, but I make a lot of noise under a bridge. I'm just the opposite. I don't make a lot of noise. Yeah, but you can get somewhere, I think. Adelante, adelante, adelante. Yeah, if they stayed on that freeway, might have picked up off right there. there's someone on the side there fucking bowled up. There's somebody sleeping in it. Please go drive me crazy.
Come again, driver?
There's one up there on the bumper. There's someone there to the spring. Yeah, I can't handle that shit.
love placid dumbasses on the right. They can't fucking go the speed limit. Non-truck driving piece of shit. That's what your mama does for me every night.
Hey man, let's get off Mother's. I just got off yours. Yeah, that's what I thought.
Fucking assholes in your bright lights, all sucking big gorilla dicks.
And there's sure a lot of crybabies out there tonight.
Trono. You put my bag out.
Bounce good off your head at white lights, you ain't considered a piece of shit.
copy on Dr. Bob. Break free. Copy on Dr. Bob.
Radio check.
Wow, I didn't know the cops didn't have to use certain signals like everybody else.
the Devil's Law.
pick up at the gas station. No, I am, bro. I'm a criminal tester, bro.
get our evaluations today.
I forgot about that.
Shit, I'm kind of nervous about mine because they, cut me down to 3 loads to stop with. I was like, how long is this evaluation supposed to be?
I don't think I've been here long enough to get one.
Been here longer than all the management, but yeah. Yeah, Mark, how come you ain't working in the office out there?
You couldn't pay me enough to get close to that office. She asked me one time, she said, if you want to quit driving, what are you going to do when you quit driving? You going to work in the office or anything? I'm like, hell no. I don't want nothing to do with nowhere around the office.
Yeah, Deshay used to always say, yeah, we got plans for Danny. I was like, as long as it ain't a building out there, because people don't seem to last long.
I don't know why Jeff had me coming in at 2:30 this morning. I texted him and blew his phone up, and he's like, I'll call you back. And he never did call me last night. So I'm sitting here doing nothing until Waterloo fires up, which will be about 4:30.
Damn.
I may just ease on up there and just sit up there and wait until they get there.
Damn, Kyle, you made me nervous. I was like, did I forget to clock in?
No, I couldn't roll my car because the cut next to me was too close.
Nah, I was getting ready to say something about your handle hanging down.
Yeah, I was too. I'm like, man, you're going to drive down the road with your handle sticking down there like that?
Yeah, just for a little bit of excitement.
What are you doing, Jimmy? Oh, we're too close.
No, I can't hear him either.
Oh, you didn't?
I heard him key up, just barely say something, but then it didn't hear nothing.
Okay, try talking now, James.
I'll tell you what it was. Someone's been up here playing around, Nick. It was about channel 22.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense, yeah. I was like, James ain't chimed in or nothing. He must be eating or something.
There he is, I can hear him now.
drop back.
That's why if I just got to hop out like that and run back there, I just set the trailer brakes. Fuck it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that doesn't bother me as much as waiting for that axle to pick back up.
Go ahead and go around.
Shit, on 135, George just unplugged the city horn so he didn't have to listen to it.
Yeah, that's what I did on that truck that I was driving to Jim. I punched down and found that stupid horn thing and unplugged it.
I figured out that when you start driving, wait for that lift action to come up, and when it comes to just fall flat on its face, you just barely come to a stop and then take back off, and it'll be all right.
That works on some of them. It worked on 131. This one here, nope. You got to come to a stop, put it in neutral, and wait.
Yeah, that's the way this one is.
I know that Freightliner representative, when he come out there to talk to me about how, because mine was in the shop forever for this PTO thing, and he told me, he's like, you don't have to wait for your air to build up on your drop axle because the transmission's got its own separate air tank. That's bullshit. You gotta wait.
I told him and the Hendrickson, representative when they came out and talked to me on 131. Hell, we stood out there and I talked to one of the engineers for, 30 minutes, 45 minutes.
Yeah, they need to put one of them, a check valve in that transmission air tank so it won't pull air from it. But I don't know what they're going to do.
Obviously nothing, because they knew about it before anybody else was running one of those.
It's worth it with these super cleaners on them.
So I wish I had my white Kenworth back. I'd like it a lot better than I do these.
I like the engine in these better than that pack car engine, but, besides that, hell, those little trucks didn't drive too bad.
Out of all the trucks that I've driven since I've been here, out of all the ones that I want, is that green W9 that I had with the C15 cat in it.
Fuck yeah, I don't blame you.
Yeah, they put a blower on that truck, not have it back, man, I'll be living in high cotton.
I'm up here eating my breakfast.
What'd you bring?
What a burger.
No, man, didn't share again.
Damn right.
They just have one?
I already ate mine anyway, so you're good.
I'm about to say, I seen you down there eating yours fine. Man, that radio sounds so much better on that antenna. You're like loud and, clear. On that other one, yeah, it sounded like you was way off in the distance and had a really shitty microphone.
Yeah, that's good. I'm glad you can hear me loud and clear now.
Yeah, I can still hear you. I'm sitting here in the yard and I can still hear you pretty loud.
Could you hear Mark there?
No, he started cutting out as soon as we got on the 152.
No, he said he could still hear you. You can hear him pretty clear.
Yeah, who was that? I thought you were talking to Kyle or something. That doesn't sound like Kyle.
No, that was Mark sitting there in, the powder wagon.
Oh, yeah, that's when I got here, he was asleep in his truck. It looked like he was sleeping.
He probably was, I don't blame you.
Get Harry back there.
Yes, yeah, this is right there. I'm done eating now.
You all right?
What was?
Breakfast on a bun.
Anybody hear about that old man that was driving that truck and wrecked there on 35 the other day?
I heard that he's in the hospital, he's alive. They don't know what happened yet. You know, he's still in pretty bad shape. That's what I've heard from one of the other drivers that drove that company.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I guess he was ejected because, when I came by that wreck, the first people were still slamming on brakes and stopping, and like the first guy was running up to the truck, and then I seen him running to the guy. He was laying 20, 30 feet north of the truck in the median.
Yeah, that looks...
I guess it can't...
Down in the quarry yesterday, when I went in to get my last load, fucking ambulances and fire trucks and everything else came screaming past me as I came past the scale. Then they had us, just hold over by the stockpiles for a few minutes, because they didn't want any more trucks up there by the scale. And, so they, the ambulances and stuff to get out. Then when I was coming out of the quarry up there by field by the sign right by Highway 7, the helicopter was up there, and the ambulance and fire trucks were up there by the helicopter.
Well, I was getting out on the highway whenever they were coming down. I wonder where they're going. I didn't know they were going to the quarry.
Yeah. Right after, a quick check-in sign, I just stopped there and let just a fucking lot of them screaming in there.
Yeah. Turned down Paul Ridge.
And they was telling everybody that was already at the stockpile, hey, we'll go ahead and load you, but just hold there for the few, so find out what's going on. We're told to find let anybody else go up on the tails. And I think it's Julio, it's a 56 spot. They loaded him, he just took off.
I'd like to thank you gentlemen for using the CB, because hell, I was starting to wonder if mine even worked anymore.
I know, right? Hell, usually coming down through here this time of the morning, there ain't nobody else on the radio besides us chattering.
I know, right? All us old hands kind of know what that shit's about. All these new recruits, they just call it a distraction. Come on.
Hell, I've had this radio, probably 10 times longer than half these guys been driving.
Yeah, I might beg to differ that there, driver.
Listen, here's a 1989 model made in the Philippines, Cobra 29 LTD Classic. Gotta love it. Come on, beat.
That's what I'm dogging on. Well, except mine ain't quite that old. I think this was 06 or something like that. Still made in the Philippines. I can already tell this wind is going to be a motherfucker today. Man, you see that big Catholic church there on your right? I seen that thing on TikTok, somebody was showing it, and I don't know if they used AI or what to take out the buildings all around it, but the way they filmed it, it looked like it was sitting out in the middle of a big old piece of property. But I was like, that's something just surrounded by a shithole of buildings.
Yeah, my son-in-law took his little boys up there and went up that mountain behind it. I think it's out behind that hill back there behind it.
Yeah, I think that's just where they piled all the dirt, they moved when they so they could build the place, and they just decided to turn it into something.
Yeah, it's a little crap.
Yeah, I can hear, the engineer or architect or something sitting there. We can pay to have all this dirt hauled off, or...
Oh, yeah.
It's like, we can just, put a little past the stop over and make it look like something important.
I'll meet you at that on cube. Where are you going? Yeah, turn around. Go over here, Donkey. That's where I'm at. That's where I'm going. That's why I said I'll meet you at Beyond Q.
Take the long way.
Alright.
nice to have a place to go to sleep.
No, that's right. I know you. Right there, somebody missed that turret and they could run over.
Block up from where we used to come in, but I come out this way the other day and it was a lot smoother.
Still feels like. We unstrap out here or go in?
Yeah, I'll unstrap out here. I usually park over in that dark over where I can see everything, man. It's pretty good back
Okay.
How this shit works out here, Stephen?
John, are you on 44?
You what?
Are you taking 44 down at 19?
I'm taking 19 down. 32, 40 down to 35 to 19, yeah.
Okay.
I'll drop it off over there where that 360 was. It's a pretty big area. I think all three of us can fit in there.
I follow you guys.
Where are you going this morning?
I'm calling out Dover today down here in South Plant.
Oh, you're doing Dover, okay. I got Guthrie to here.
Do I?
I got Guthrie to South Plant.
Yeah, I think you and Julio's hauling down there today.
Evil.
Y'all be careful. See you later.
Alright, you too, sir.
I mean dead. Looks like somebody's open up coming.
Yeah. Big boss man in the hill forward.
Hello, people.
And I'll pull down there. Get unloaded.
Okay.
Hey, who is that? Your mama?
Have a good day, Poppy.
Bobby Love, if you got a copy, fuck you.
Well, that's no way to talk this time of day. Come in. Viva la Trump, El Conquistador. 10-4.
Oh, you're one of them cocksuckers, huh?
FAFO.
Go back to Alabama, brother.
Light 'em up, lock 'em up, hang 'em high. Reckon where could we find us a Democrat this morning? Come in. That's what I thought. They all went north. 10-4? They're scared.
You got something to say, bud?
Oh, what he say? Rattlesnake, what's the clown show doing today? Come in. Viva la Trump, Elton. east to north. 10-4. Hell yeah. Hell no. You've done it 30 years, you'll get used to it. Come on, bitch. I don't figure it'll be long now. Unless you voted Democrat, then it's going to be a long time before you get president. Good point.
No doubt about it. Come on.
Been quiet as hell out here.
Yeah, that has been shit. Last 10 or 15 minutes, I ain't heard nothing but somebody with a striker Roger beat. I still gotta go crawl toward my coffee pot, but yeah.
I don't want damn thing. I'm tired motherfucker this morning.
Man, I didn't work. I don't work, but man, I felt the same way. I was up yesterday at 4 o'clock in the morning. I was head bobbing at 10 o'clock. I went to bed. Shit, I wouldn't have got up at 5:30, 5:26 if I hadn't had to piss. And I still feel like I'm dragging butt.
Well, I feel, no, what the fuck, man? I feel like calling in, going back to bed.
If I didn't have something I had to take care of this morning, I think I'd have just stayed there for another hour. At least.
I got a radio set.
Yeah, it's working over here. Well, I guess maybe not.
Hell yeah, your radio's working, come on.
I heard him. I said something to him. He don't respond. I guess his squelch is up too tight or his RF gain's turned down.
Might not be able to hear you.
Yeah, because of one of the two.
Like on Don's Gate, I barely hear old Junebug over here. I heard him on there, but barely.
Right.
I don't know what he's got hooked as for an antenna. Think they're up very high or something.
What? Yeah, I know, and then he'll overjump it up and down. Tell me, you need to put your antenna in higher. No, man, that ain't my problem over here.
No, I lost about 8 foot when that last storm come through. I was on the flat side, remember?
Well, I got a fucked up antenna. With about a 1.8, 1.9 SWR.
That's about what mine are with my amp on. They're about 1.2, 1.3 without my amp on. I'm getting on down on my 88 right now.
Right.
Yeah, I don't know about that one guy out here last night talking about an amp and all this rigmarole and shit, and I think it'd probably be better for him just go spend his money at the CB shop.
Oh, 102.
Yeah.
Yeah, 'cause he's too, I need this and that and that. Well, that ain't how that shit works.
Started to ask.
I would do it what he says, but then when it blows up, they say, well, he did it.
Right.
Yeah, you be getting the blame. Can't please everybody, Snake.
That's what I was saying yesterday. He might as well just take his shit to the CB shop, because I'm not going to turn a radio for an amplifier at 2 watts and this and that, because I already know how that shit works, and 2 watts is too much on some of them.
By God, you sure helped me a bunch, I know that, because my shit was like shit when I got down here.
I didn't trust Snake. I just handed shit to him, and he knows what the fuck's up. Like I said, I'm kind of a little picky about how something will work, but I don't worry about him. I hand it to him, I walk off. What he does, he does.
I'd rather Snake get the fucking money in that goddamn CB shop. I know that.
No offense to anybody out there at that CB shop, but I trust his integrity. Hell, I've worked on shit the CB shop can't fix out there. But, you know, I've had radios I couldn't figure it out until later on, but I don't know. Yeah, at the CB shop, it's like a smorgasbord or whatever. You know, you get shit come in all the time, you just run through it and put it back together. Next, you know, you don't take time to put no personal, you know, touch to it or whatever. That CB shop shit, it's like take the covers off, check it, put the covers back on, send it out the door.
Yeah, I don't know Paul like y'all do, but I mean, I've heard several people talk good about him. I mean, I don't know him.
Yeah, Paul, he's a good dude. He knows what he's doing out there. Hell, he ran over there to 140 for a long time. At that when old fucking dipshit Strikeout was here. But he was there before. And he's still out there after. But, you know, hell, back in the day, we had all kinds of CB shops, and now we just got one. Well, you got a wannabe that's running around the parking lots out there, claiming he's part of the CB shop. I heard about that shit here quite well. It's probably the last month. The driver's going in the CB shop over telling them about some dude out here running around the petrol and all this shit, claiming they're part of the CB shop.
Yeah, probably something out there running around trying to knock Paul out of money.
Well, if that's who I'm thinking it is, yeah. I don't know. Everybody says loudmouth around here, but I haven't heard him on the radio. Yep. God damn, I'm fucking tired. Damn it.
He must be booked up out there, or stay pretty booked up, because I don't never hear him on the radio getting drivers in there out there.
He don't advertise. I've known this about Snake for a long time. If he fucks with your radio, he's gonna fuck with it like it's his own. He ain't gonna bullshit you or none of that kind of crap. Hell, that doctor even makes house calls if something don't work out right.
the demon cats up to today come in.
Well, my old fucking sinus shit and everything's all congested up bad this morning. Damn.
Anybody know a good lawyer for old Letitia James, the Attorney General? She needs a good lawyer.
Yeah, she's kind of fucked.
Well, that's a good deal. Yeah, hopefully they put her ass in fucking jail. Say they did or they need to? They need to. She got caught. All the stuff that she accused Trump of, you know, making his properties worth more and all this stuff, and you know, they never found no victims. The bank, insurance, all them companies are like, nah, we're good. But she inflated her one of her houses or some shit, and has got her dad's signature down as a husband and all this shit.
Yeah, I was reading about that, boy. She got all kinds of crooked shit going on.
Well, I figure old Trump's gonna light them up, lock them up, hang them high.
Damn. News deal from last night says 2 teens were injured when a car doing burnouts at a parking lot takeover spun out of control and hit them. Now the city police say they're going to crack down harder than ever on this shit.
Hell, that, last night, yeah, I was reading that deal about that fucking, whatever he is, representative over in Maine or whatever, fucking flew down there to Venice, Salvador, El Salvador shit, and they wouldn't let him see that guy or talk to him or anything. He's pretty much wasted his time going down there trying to pull that little stunt.
Right.
Yeah, I guess who paid for it? Oh yeah, taxpayers paid for it. They're trying to get their criminals back. Trump keeps deporting their criminals, and they ain't liking that. They're trying to get them back.
Yeah, I thought that was funny. They told him, nope, we're not meeting with you, and he ain't going nowhere.
You would hang them 10 for?
That motherfucker went down there to El Salvador.
Yeah, when it was busted, he had fucking thousands of dollars and a bunch of fucking dope.
Hey, we should have called down there and told him, hey, when that motherfucker arrives down there and tries to get a hold of that inmate you got, lock his ass up too.
You're right.
I tell you what, this my way. We need prisoners like that down there in El Salvador around here. Put some of them child molesters, lifers in there. Yeah, man.
Them lifers and child molesters, they just shoot them, bury them. That way we ain't got to keep paying for the sorry low-life motherfuckers.
That's like that one biker, I guess white supremacy dude that was in prison. Found out about 2 child molesters and that motherfucker, he killed them both within fucking 5 hours.
No questions asked. You need to come to this country. You need to come here.
They asking you any remorse, he's nope.
Yeah, that's the way it should be. You come to this country, you learn the country's language and the way they live and stuff, but that ain't what's been going on the past 30 fucking years. They come here, they want to change it to the shithole they ran away from.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, my missus had discussed that one, and it's kind of disgusting how that shit's happened.
Well, my current wife right now, she was an illegal. Not anymore. She's not a Mexican, but she's a Dominican. And I made sure she came here legally. She's sworn in and all that. Now she's a citizen. So, yeah, I agree. You want to come to this country, you should come here legally. No questions asked.
God damn, man, you got one of them midget women, about 4 foot.
have Southern American woman no more. Hell, they don't cook, put them in the kitchen, they don't know what the fuck to do. They go run out the door quicker than a flat tire if you try to get them to cook.
That's because their parents didn't teach them. Hell, my wife cooks. She cooks all the time.
You know, some of these old gals now, they don't cook like their mama, they drink like their daddy.
Let me tell you something, when she goes to cook something, liver and onions, oh my God. Rack of ribs, oh, to die for. Pork steak, beans and rice, oh my God, yeah. I can say I got myself a professor on the stove, not a fucking student.
Damn it, was she like 4 foot tall? Guess you don't hear that. I guess they're pretty small right there, the Dominican Republic.
And they roll good cigars too.
I know you get closer to that equator, the shorter the people get.
Well, I know Mexico and Central America got a sure shitload of midget. And I'm talking literal midget.
Got a funny feeling all the way you'd fuck Trump to make your ass sore. Oh, Leticia James is fixing to find that out in person.
Damn it. I need to do that fence, but goddamn, man, it's going to be a lot of money.
I'll go around your backyard.
Well, I only got to do the back part and then the east side from the back to my garage, because the other side's already done.
I went to that, going down my back side over here, or the back of the property, and from around the house over here and down the side. Boy, that motherfucker took some money on that metal.
At just 100 foot is $700 and something dollars. It's like about $750 for like 36 panels.
I used, when I did mine over here like that, I used that shiny galvanized corrugated panels. It was cheaper than that other stuff, but it worked out just fine.
Yeah, I thought about using that wavy shit. But, yeah, I don't know. It's only a couple dollars cheaper.
Well, when I priced on my shit, it was more than just a couple of dollars cheaper, but yeah, I bought that shit, man. That's what I've used, and it's been out there, shit, you know, fuck, right after, about a year after that tornado. That's been, shit, 10 years ago. 9 years ago, I'd put it out there.
Sure makes me tired and lazy.
Hey, what kind of antenna you got hooked up on that SDR?
What was that?
I said, what kind of antenna you got hooked up to your SDR over
That SDR plate.
there? No, the antenna.
Oh, I got that on my base antenna, that colossal.
God damn. Yeah, I couldn't hardly hear anybody on that thing. I heard them over here, but I couldn't hear Snowman, barely heard Jimbo.
I can barely ever hear a snowman anywhere.
I didn't even see him key up on her. I was like listening to it. He's over there talking, and I'm like, damn, I I don't hear nobody over it.
Yeah, I don't know. No matter what I put up over there, it's the same way. It doesn't matter.
Look, can you hear me now?
Let's put it up higher. You can do about 70 foot in there.
Boy, that'd make my neighbors nervous.
Yeah, my neighbors moved in while mine was up, so, you know.
Yeah, my neighbors got neighbors talking about getting way fire and shit. What's that gonna do when the storm blows it through the roof? Tornado came through here, took the roofs off houses, and that motherfucker still stood. Never heard that shit again.
Damn, it looks like that WW Steel over here got a damn Ukrainian flag flying on their fucking flagpole.
Somebody get me some coffee. I'll be back here in a couple minutes. Hell yeah. Damn it. Fucking tired. Must be something in the air they sprayed or something.
I'm ready for the weekend. I got that same problem. Weekends, good weekends. Week.
I don't know. I've been fine pretty good until this morning. Wake up and I'm fucking tired as a motherfucker.
My biggest problem, the first half of the night, I can't sleep worth a shit. Second half of the night, I'm sleeping like a rock when the damn alarm goes off and I don't feel like getting up.
Yeah, mine was going off. I didn't even hear it this morning. It was already going off for a minute.
Oh, I heard mine go off. I wanted to kick a hole in the wall.
Oh, man. Yeah, the alarm clock, hell, most time, I don't even use it, because I usually wake up before it goes off, but I got one right there by the bed, alarm clock, and then my phone's on the other side of the room. They're about 10 minutes apart. Woke up this morning and both of them are just going off. So I didn't even hear the first one. Damn it. You ain't got a joint rolled yet.
Supposed to be like 50-mile-an-hour gusts today.
Yeah. Hell, it was gusting pretty good yesterday. Every now and then. What the fuck? This NPR bullshit. I thought this was supposed to be a real news deal, man. They got on here, homegrowns are next. Trump hopes to deport and jail U.S. citizens abroad. Says President Trump and his administration is actively exploring their proposal to detain U.S. citizens and send them to prisons in El Salvador. What kind of fucking stupid motherfucker wrote all this shit?
A far-stream leftist Marxist piece of shit.
What the fuck? It says it's from NPR.
Yeah, National Public Radio. They haven't been a journalist, or they're nothing more than a propaganda machine for the Democrat Party.
Hell yeah. Hell, these motherfuckers ate up.
Yeah, PBS just as bad.
What about that upsets you?
Do what?
What about that report upsets you? I mean, he's labeling off what's happening.
That ain't happening, dude. They're fucking deporting illegal motherfuckers. They're not deporting U.S. citizens. I ain't mad about none of it. I mean, if you're dumb enough to believe that Trump's deporting U.S. citizens, maybe you should have joined them.
If you're dumb enough to think that most of those people being deported are actual U.S. citizens, then you're the dumbass.
Dumbass. Oh, are you talking about the illegal gang member that they're trying to so hard? Come on, Trump, we let these gang members in here. You took my gang member. I'm gonna go get him. No, I'm all about getting these motherfuckers out of here, dude. They shouldn't have never let them start 30 years ago. Well, it was around 30 years ago. They started invading and shit around here real bad. They should have put their foot down then.
Or did they take your job, 666? I mean, tell me what they done to you.
It ain't got nothing to do with taking jobs, guy. I live here. They've destroyed everything around here. It's bad. It ain't nothing like it used to be. I mean, hell, we voted citizens of this state, this city. We voted for English only probably, I don't know, maybe close to 10 years ago or some shit. And it passed. But you drive around this motherfucker, see if you can read some of that shit. Businesses ain't even in there. You don't even know what the fuck it is. But, you know. Nah, hell, them motherfuckers ain't gonna take my job. I don't mow grass and shit. I mow my own grass, but And I've already did that construction shit back when I was a teenager. And there was a few of them in there then, and then they kept pandering, sucking that illegal ass, and more of them showed up.
When did we vote on English only?
Yeah, if you're so uppity up on that shit, why don't you grab some of them old illegals and let them move into your house?
No, I'm just saying, when did we vote on English only? I thought this was the melting pot for the world.
No, we did. It was on the ballot. We voted for English only. Any government deal, the signs, you know, the license and all this shit, it's English only. That was way before old Trump ever got in there. I think it was before Obama. It might have been somewhere when old Barry was in there. Yeah, we voted on that shit here. The English language.
Man. I don't know what that was just like the dumbest shit I've ever heard.
Yeah, they were supposed to take all these Spanish signs down and all this shit. And even though the people spoke and passed it, they don't enforce it. It's like they're laughing at you. Oh, we tricked you. We told you we was going to make them take that shit down, but psych.
I know it did pass it, but it only applies to government shit. Private individuals can put up whatever they want.
No, it pertains to business signs, all that shit. All these signs should be in English out here. That's what we voted on. I remember that shit, dude. You're talking about current stuff. The current thing is for government stuff, but what we voted on here years ago, all the business, the schools, everything, anything that they tried to put in Spanish is supposed to be in English.
Sí, comprende.
Because hell, this state here, this city, it's like one of them sanctuary cities. They're all about sucking some illegal dick.
Yeah, I'm saying you can regulate what government does, but what a private individual puts up, then you start coming into First Amendment bullshit.
Well, it's English, guy. That's our language here is English, not Spanish. Constitution's written in English, not Spanish. I mean, goddamn, it'd be like you motherfuckers going down there to Mexico and just showing up in some town down there and start putting English stuff up and just bringing everything that you do here down there that goes against their whole fucking deal. You're an outsider, but then the authorities and shit around that little town start sucking your ass and putting their citizens on the back burner. You know, that'd be the same shit's what's going on around here.
Nah, they'd shoot your ass down there.
Spanish is a second language.
I'm just saying, I know down there, you go to Mexico, yeah, they'll fucking cut your ass up, put you in a barrel. I've seen all that. I've watched all that shit happen, but I'm just saying, just for the point.
It's just ridiculous. It seems like every other country is bilingual except for this motherfucker. Then you got Asian motherfuckers like you spouting out over it.
This guy here, I don't know what, he must not be very old. He must not have never seen anything what goes on outside this country. Dude, you go to another country and try to pull the shit these Mexicans are doing here in this country, they would chop you up and kill you. Well, you'd be dead anyway, so they start chopping you up. But y'all don't understand that, especially you younger generation. Y'all don't understand that shit at all. They come over here forcing their ideology on us, and that ain't how we grew up around here. We're not Mexican. But, yeah, you try that shit in some other country, and they're going to fuck you up. Take your ass out in the road and beat your ass and throw tires on you and burn you up. But what are you going to do about that? Oh, you're discriminating against me.
Have a radio check.
Hey, Barney. Big old
Rattlesnake, you got a copy?
Yeah, come on.
How'd you go radio sound, man?
Hey, sound pretty good over here.
Thank you, sir. Keep it preaching. We'd like to hear it. Come on.
Yeah, I just can't believe how that guy's ate up over there. You probably can't hear him, but I don't know, man. They got their ideas they get off that fake news. But I've watched the videos online of the cartels and the corrupt government shit, and I've even watched when our military went over and just fucked them up. And that was not too long ago. And it could happen again.
Government here now.
Hell yeah. Yeah, I still can't. I'm sitting there still checking this shit out. They're going to start deporting all of us to El Salvador.
Hell yeah.
Oh, yeah. The El Salvadorian president over there, he is, in the past, he has offered the United States of America the opportunity to outsource part of its prison system. So we're willing to take in only convicted criminals, including convicted U.S. citizens, in our mega prison. This is like years ago or some shit. They've offered it. But you know that ain't gonna happen.
They've offered it for a biggie.
Well, but the murderers, I can see. You know, that might be a good thing. We don't have to pay for them anymore. Well, then we'd probably have to pay them. Yeah, motherfuckers wanted for murder or raping or anything to do with little kids. I'm all about sending them motherfuckers over. Hell yeah, that's a good idea.
Send them back where they came from. Yeah, that'll be a good investment. Buy a brand new wood chipper.
Hell yeah. No, he's talking about accepting criminals. He said they got to be actual convicted criminal. They'd take them in their prison system over.
Right. I wonder where this boy of mine's at over here. He come rolling in about 10:30 last night with a car trailer behind his company truck with a car on it. Now he ain't nowhere to be seen. And I guess the daughter's over there, or the granddaughter, she left the damn dogs out all night, and them somebody did nothing but bark, 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 bark. Throw me a goddamn half a bottle of Benadryl and some hamburger meat over there, and they done had one neighbor on the other side of them telling us, man, these dogs don't stop this shit. I'm gonna start busting caps in their ass. Hell, they can't get where they can't come in and out of their house or go to sleep at night or nothing.
Yeah, I'd done been fucking them dogs up.
Huh?
I done been fucking them up if it was me.
Well, if it wasn't for the thing about animals, I'd done got rid of them chows. I'd have fucking opened them gates and let them summages go and then fucking start capping them. Even though my son's dogs. Well, it was actually his wife's, but anyway. And that silly, goofy motherfucker, she wanted to go to Mexico, and he told me, he said, man, he said, I've been one fucking time, I ain't never going back to that fucking shit place.
Damn it. Community leader shot after stealing police car and attacking an officer. Guess what? He's black.
That sounds about right. I can do what the fuck I want to do.
This motherfucker ran right up on this cop. And he keeps swinging at him and shit. And he had his taser out at first. This motherfucker keeps hitting this cop. Yeah, he definitely deserves a little injection there.
Right. Hell, here last week, one of them goddamn fucking bitch chow over that female. I let my chihuahuas out to go pee, and I mean, them motherfuckers wasn't shit 10 foot from the porch. And I turned around to do something real quick, next thing I know, here come that fucking chow, running right up on Trixie, jumped on her, she was squealing like a pig. I went out the door with my 9mm and fired off a couple of shots to get that shit to stop, and that dog ran right back over and went right back through the hole like a fucking vacuum cleaner with a fucking paper towel being sucked up it.
Yeah, it was, something advocate. He's in Michigan. He's a Michigan community leader. He's being chased by the police on the Ohio Turnpike.
Damn.
The body cam shows he chimped out. He started, was fucking chimping out like they all do here lately. Started swinging on the cop. And that cop had, I think it was almost a minute of patience before he capped that motherfucker's ass.
Damn.
I thought it was Snake out there.
Yeah, come on.
Morning, Snake. Yeah, man, we waving at you. We getting ready to point it back eastbound, man. Y'all have a good Easter weekend already.
Hell yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna sleep in, maybe. Try to, anyway.
Well, you try to behave yourself anyway, man. We'll kiss you on turnaround.
Oh, Roger, right on. Yeah, they need to put their foot down, man. They need need to put them back in check, put them back in their place, because they're getting way too aggressive with people. Hell, they're fighting each other and fucking, like, pie-pies and all that, tearing fucking stores up, and they look like two gorillas sitting there beating on each other. Or some goddamn sea lions or something. Every time they hit each other, you see shock waves going down the side of their body. That shock wave rolls down the side, down the back of their leg. When it hits the ground, it cracks the concrete.
Damn it.
Yeah, these motherfuckers going into restaurants. I've been seeing this shit for the past week and a half. They're going into restaurants, ordering food, a shitload of food, high dollar food. It's like a whole group of them, a whole family. And then they just get up and walk out. And then I seen some other ones, they ordered takeout and ate half of it right there in the store, and then demanded a refund. And I mean, they're doing all kinds of dumb shit, man. I don't know. I think they pandered to them a little bit too long. Now they feel like they're justified. Jim Crow made me do it. I drank that Jim Crow Democrat Kool-Aid and it made me chimp out in the store.
I wish we were shooting them like the old days.
Yeah. Well, they just need to... all they gotta do is enforce the freaking law, man. That's all that law enforcement has to do, is enforce the law. People will get the number and they will knock it off. Quit all this fucking fundraising. Oh, you killed somebody? Oh, yeah, you win a mansion. Yay! We're going to give your whole family $900,000 and move you in a mansion. Thank you for playing Murder the White Guy. I mean, come on, man. What the fuck is that? Society is, like, fucked up.
My missus said, yeah, if that had been the other way around, white boy would have been swinging from a rope by now.
Yeah, that's what I was saying yesterday. If there's a white dude killed a black guy, there wouldn't be no fundraiser. They'd be crying, oh, you getting that fundraiser? That's racist. That's racist. And then they wonder why people hate them some bitches. I mean, I don't hate all of them. I just hate the dumb son bitches. I don't give a shit what color you are. I mean, I don't know. Maybe I don't hate them. I just dislike them. You can't trust them. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm not racist or anything. I know a lot of black people, but the black people are a different breed. They're like, normal. It's them goddamn niggas. That's the problem right there, the niggas.
Yeah, the piece of shit people.
Now, Snake, you know they buried that word. You can't be saying that word. Somebody gonna get their feelings hurt.
Now, Trump signed the executive order so we could say retarded and nigger.
Shit, I must have been in Popeyes. I must have missed that on the news.
That is a damn meme. But yeah, I don't know. They can cry all the fuck they want. I'm old enough. I've been around a while. I know the difference, and I treat them accordingly. I mean, it's not very... I don't get offended when somebody calls me a white boy, cracker, honky, whatever. I don't... Them words don't affect me. They don't bother me. You can call me whatever the hell you want. If I was worried about people calling me names of shit, you think I'd be on this radio all these years?
Things roll off me like water on a duck's ass.
put her bitch ass in fucking jail and throw the key away. That Letitia James bitch, that fraud.
Yeah, like here they're talking about it on the Conservative News Tribune. Jaw dropper that Letitia James has married her father.
Yeah, she put her dad's name on some paperwork as her husband or some shit.
Yeah, but that's still some sick-minded shit, though.
That's probably lack of education. You know, she's a DEI hire anyways. She probably don't know the difference between a husband and father. She probably thought it meant the same thing.
Oh, my father, my children.
Hell, the bitch is cross-eyed anyways. I mean, if she's looking straight at you,